As above, so below. Welcome to Mudding with BEAGS. This is episode 37, and that was my job site today, and I just thought I would share it with you. Let's go ahead and roll credits and get into it, and we'll see what we can get into tonight.
Mudflood Club.
Alrighty. I hope everybody's doing well today. Donald Trump's hair from Texas. All right. That's an interesting name. I like that. I hope everybody's doing all right today. Spent my day working. I'm working on 3 projects now: a major chicken coop, a 60-foot by 24-foot hoop house garden, and a 150-foot by 40-foot, 4 separate sectioned hog house or hog pen with houses. So I spent my day working on getting ready to build hog pen, and I'm beat up, to say the least. I had a lot of briars to get through, and so I have, my hands are killing me. I've cut my hands and poked my hand. I've got more holes in me than Swiss cheese, but I'm here. Hello, Mary Jean. And Roscoe wanted to say hello. Say hello. Wave to the public. And I think we'll go ahead and get into some pictures and take a look at those. And I'll see what we can get into tonight. I hope everybody's doing wonderful. And let's see. Let me figure out how to do this. Okay. Okay, sorry. They have changed. StreamYard has changed the share thing. Okay, anyways, let me make sure that comes up. Make sure you guys can see that. And I should take just a second. Yeah, this is Roscoe Pico Train. Okay, I see our pictures are up. All right. Let's see what we can get into tonight. We got manual training school. This is at Indianapolis, Indiana, between 1900 and 1910. And you can see the glass plate negative is having some issues here. But this is how a vanilla sky would look. So you can see where it would be white if they had scraped it off. We got pyramid symbology. This would be the wind catcher up here and here. So the big one is the input and the little ones are the output. And then you have individual windows that control each room, is how it would work. So you'd have an input, the air would come in, And then they could section that off also and control how the air would flow through the building. And then the air would move through the building through chambers, and then there would be an output. And so that's how it worked. And then you would open certain windows on different, it worked different on different buildings, but then you would open windows in your location, in your particular room, to get different types of ventilation. This is before we found them. This is in the old world. They didn't work for us because our climate changed. Got arched windows back here. Windows are very close to the ground. Looks like they're, it looks like they would be in the foundations. Kind of strange. It looks like stained glass on the windows. Alrighty. I got an arc light right here, over there on the left. Got manual training school, Saginaw, Michigan, between 1900 and 1910. I'm not sure what this doodad is. That's kind of weird. I don't know about that. Got arched windows with keystones. You can see the mud up against the building. Big columns. These are Taurus fields, diamonds, or pyramid symbology. And of course, we installed the nice straight phone poles. You got the insulators on the telephone poles. Now I remember these when I was little. They really weren't on the phone poles anymore, but they were. You could find them lying on the ground right under the phone poles. We used to find them all the time. Hello, living. How are you? That's a pretty big building. Okie dokie. And we got Masonic Temple, Indianapolis, Indiana, between 1900 and 1906. And of course, we got Fred. The main reason most people come and check out Fred here, if you're a Fred Watchers of America Club member, there is Fred. Fred is the horse that built America, in case you were unaware and uninformed. It's like maybe, I wonder if that's like a wash tub. I don't know. That's what it looks like. These are prism transoms right here. Anytime you see those, it's a good idea to look down for a pavement light. People's outfitting. That's pretty right there. I like that. Arches. Reminds me of the Templar cross. Diamond symbology right there and there. Hello, Sherry Ives. How are you? And what are we going to find? You better quit playing. Don't look at me like that. Sorry, this little dog here is trying to get into something he shouldn't be getting into. You better watch yourself. I got my eyes on you, punk. Sorry, folks. Looks like a little Templar cross right there. This right here, let's go back down. I'll show it to you. See this pipe right here and this ladder right here. If you follow, I can't follow a pipe down, but that pipe would be down here. What that is for the fire department to hook up to. A little ether light. The fire department would hook up to that pipe, and then they could add a ladder to this from the ground, and then they could climb up the building. And then when they got to the top of the building up here, they could connect into the end of the pipe, and hook up their fire hose. So this is something we added to the building. That's why it looks so, I mean, think about it. Look how beautiful that building is. And then you got this shitty ladder with a pipe running up the front of it. Does that make sense? Does that look like it was, pre-planned, that when they were designing the building that they did that? No, it was an addition. Stoves, Garland stoves, goods of all kinds, barbershop pole. This is let's see. This is probably pavement light in these stair tops right here. It's really hard to see, but that's probably what that is. Guns and bicycles. Okay. Look at these Taurus fields. Those are cool. Yep, the signage, and they also use the signage to cover detail. So it made it that they would take away detail with, like, if you took this sign off, guaranteed there's beautiful detail under that sign. So, that's interesting. What are they hiding there? And like here, that one's probably not nothing behind that, but a lot of times they would do it on top. There's your square and compass for your masons, and they're the ones that were, in my opinion, that were, their job was to provide the cover up in whatever needed to be covered up for this mud flood event. That they were the ones that were, their job was to hide it within the community. At their antenna, architectural urns, diamond symbology. These are portholes. These are part of the wind catcher. And depending on which one of these you would open, it would depend on which area would get the air. You got your Templar cross there. And that's another thing, is the Templars were just, they were the Masons are the Templars. It's just, you got Templar crosses there. Another compass and square. AD 18 something and AL 58. Now there's something to there's a Masonic thing they do with that stuff. Somebody might be able to explain that. I don't remember. I got a pine cone, it looks like, on top of that architectural urn. That could be considered a circumpunct. There's your diamond. Another Templar cross there. Arches. Taurus fields. Turkish almond cream. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Omega oil. Now there's some sort of underground going right here, stairs going down. That's why you have this railing here. Got some, oh yeah, some good awnings here. Got to have a good awning. There's more portholes, and you see here's that fire ladder with the pipe, and you can actually see the connection for the fire hose right there. Gives you a better view of it. Got diamond symbology there. Looks like they've added these little porch things there. Do you think these people knew what they were covering up back then, Mary Jean? I think certain people did, at least. The Masons and your Odd Fellows, your secret organizations, they absolutely knew. I think that's their whole purpose. There's Ghost Fred. I think that's their whole purpose, is that they were to cover it up. So yeah, people knew. In my opinion, this is just opinion. Opinions is like tail holes. But yeah, I think they knew. This didn't get covered up by not knowing. This isn't like, oh, whoopsie, we didn't know. Oh darn, how did we miss that? Whoops. No, it's pyramid symbology. It's definitely not a whoopsie. Dropbox elixir laundry. Okay, that's weird. Dog toothing there too. I love the little ramp going up here. Got cobblestone brick road in the street there. I think I saw arc light up here in the left corner. In case you need one of them. That's a heck of a building right there. I like that picture. Well, that's Mary Jean. That's the point that of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you tools to understand these things and let you see it for yourself. I've made the statement that no one can be showed what the mudflood is. You have to see it for yourself, because I can't. I could sit here all day long and run my mouth, and you're not going to get nothing. You won't get it until you see it for yourself. You're not going to see it. And so I try to give you the tools to do that. Oh, this is Masonic Temple, Philadelphia, PA, 1900. Of course, we got Fred prominent front and center. Got an arc light. Digestive tablets. Yum. How is your stomach? Okay, arch there. Got a coin going up the side there. Space to lease. What a awesome sign. Got some techie business up here. Got your fleur-de-lis. Diamond symbology, more fleur-de-lis. Got some techie bits up here. And again, my thinking on the fleur-de-lis is a symbol for the flat earth. And we have Boss Man right here, in case you need him. We got something going on up against this building because he got this fence here. You see how they have that fenced off there? They do that for protection so you don't fall in. I cannot see what's going on there, but there's something there. Look at these columns. Taurus fields, beautiful arches, diamond symbology. Beautiful. Little rose window, diamond symbology. Got the this reminds me of like an electric current right here. The way it moves, flows. Heck of a building. Very cool. Look at that. That's a neat little feature right there. Look, more like little rose windows up here in the tower. Now, I've not seen that before. Rose windows in a tower. That's neat. Looks like it might have been vanilla skied. Hard to say. Hey, Bernie. Got a little something going on here. Let's see. Where's the... Oh, it doesn't have a mirrored image. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I thought it was a porthole at first, but I don't know. I can't tell. I don't want to. I can't see it. I can't see it. That's a weird cartouche right there. Just totally scrubbed. More little rose window installed. All over, man. This thing's just full of rose window. Could also be considered a flat Earth asterisk. You got your vertical and your horizontal and your X. So it's a flat Earth asterisk as well. It's definitely a wind catcher. Got ticky bits on top. And this is like an output for the wind catcher. Ether more of the wind catcher. Man, this is a heck of a building. Got Mudflood windows on the bottom. This is an outcropping door. They do this because the doors were so big that they didn't want to let in and out the warm and the cold air so much. And what they would do is they build these little outcrop doors onto the big doors to cut down on that loss of heating and cooling kind of thing. Of course, they didn't have cooling back then, but I mean, especially in the winter. September 21st, 1820 to 28, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell. 1884. Or maybe that says 1620 something. Gettysburg. When was Gettysburg? Gettysburg. That was in 18. I don't know. I don't know what this date is, right? I can't really read it. All right, moving on. So this is some sort of Civil War horseshit propaganda. They got the Reservoir Dogs right there. Ladies in uniform. Got some Mudflood something going on right there on the bottom of there. Another rose window. Got ether fencing, ether finials. Yep, today that statue would have to come down. Now, that's a good point. Mary Jane, the reason that they're getting rid of those statues is because they're telling us it's the statues, okay? It's not the statues that they're trying to get rid of. It's what the statues are attached to, what they're on. It's the bases. See, now this isn't a good example, but when you have an obelisk, I believe we'll probably run across one later. Let's say you got an obelisk with a bunch of horseshit narrative Civil War stuff all over it. That was an ether antenna right there. Okay, you got an obelisk with all this Civil War stuff on it, right? Well, the reason they want to get rid of it, they'll say, "Oh, we got to get rid of that. Oh, it's racist. Oh, it's Confederate. It's praising the Confederacy." What they don't tell you is that they added all that Confederate, horse poo after the Civil War, and the plan was to later on use it to be able to tear down those structures, which they're now doing. And I've done a video that I think it's pretty self-explanatory once you watch it. The Confederate Monument in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I think I make a pretty good case as to that's a bullshit thing. So check that out. We got, I don't have it labeled here, but this is San Francisco after the 1906 quote unquote earthquake and fire. And one thing just blows my mind is how clear the streets are. That there's just, the streets are fine, no problem. They even ran the freaking trolleys down the road. There's film and photographs of them running the trolleys after the earthquake. Okay, and no problem, no big, nothing to see here. And all these buildings fell, but not too much got in the road. No biggie, nothing to see here. Now, how did they move all that debris out of the road? This is pre-bulldozer. I smell something fishy there. I mean, this dude right here is just straight fishy. 1906, up Market Street from Montgomery Street. Check out these lights. You got an arch right there. Look at the detail on the side of that building. San Francisco is a very strange thing. This is what the floor joist will go into. And you see it's all facade. See the brick buildings with facade. So these fancy fronts to these buildings are just fronts. They're just lipstick, onto the building. These arches here. That's interesting. It had some sort of floor coming off of that, because you got the inserts for the floor joist at their antenna. These are portholes, a wind catcher. You got your input and your output over here. And search wind catchers. They still use them in the Middle East. It's still a technology in use today. Wind catchers, very interesting stuff. And all these people in their finest clothes after an earthquake. Everybody's just chill and relax, walking down the street, doing a little sightseeing. It's all good. We're just gonna walk around town and look at all the destruction, because, well, that's what you do after. You don't like you don't pick anything up. No. You just walk the streets and get your free meals brought in by FEMA, who, by the way, was already placed. If you look into it, they were already there, ready and waiting. Postal telegraph. Commercial cables. What's your problem? Zip it, Skippy. And this is interesting here. Really interesting. That I don't even like what would cause that sort of damage. I don't know. Well, that was an earthquake. I don't know about that. I don't know. Little Taurus fields. Yep, there was some phony, definitely phonus. I think a lot of people were in on this thing, because if you look at the amount of people that were walking around at the time of before that, in the movie Trip Down Market Street. I mean, days before this happened. I mean, it just looks very sketchy. It's interesting. You kind of see the insides of the ether antenna here. Got an ether fencing there. That's a crazy looking building. Look how massive that is. Just absolutely freaking, that's like 30 feet tall right there. Taurus fields. Yeah, why did they leave some standing and demolish? Why did they demolish some and keep others? That's a good question. I don't know. I think the best I can give you is that number one, they had to demolish a bunch of them because there was way too many. Um, and it's overwhelming. When you really start looking into the Great Fires, you're going to start realizing how many buildings have actually been destroyed. It's phenomenal. We don't know nothing about what was here. Porthole, at their finials, at their antenna. So that's the first thing, is that they got rid of, they demolished and burned down a lot of them. The next thing they did was they kept a lot of them, because I think that they thought they could use them, is my theory. And I think that they realized fairly quickly that they couldn't. And I think that is what explains why the downtowns were abandoned and they moved into the suburbs with the shopping centers and things like that. How they moved the malls, and they moved into malls. How you have hundreds and hundreds and thousands, I don't even know, of abandoned mega mansions all over the world that are just sitting abandoned. This is Episcopal Theological School, Cambridge, Massachusetts, between 1910 and 1920, by the way. They Here's the problem. They could not maintain these buildings. Got ivy. And so some cases they found ways to maintain them, like a school. You have a college, and a college can make money, and if they need more money, they charge more money, and so they can maintain these buildings. But then you've got a thing like a downtown business building, and it becomes very, if the business doesn't do well, then you have a problem. If you can't fill up the buildings with tenants, here's another big problem, is that these buildings were not designed for our climate. So they didn't design these buildings for HVAC and electrical and water. And so originally when they built these buildings, there was no electric. Okay. They didn't have electric. Okay. And so not in our time, and not in when they actually built them. Okay. So when we supposedly built them, we didn't have electric. We had gas. Okay. So then you had the got it at their fencing right here. Then you had they didn't have plumbing, indoor plumbing. Okay, they used outhouses. Okay, and then you didn't need, the climate was milder, and so you didn't need air conditioning. And I think they had free energy heating that they used, and so, which are where the fireplaces come in, which are not fireplaces. Um, we came in and used them as fireplaces because we'll steal it and then destroy it. Check that fella out. Now he is got him a ride right there. That is cool. A nice rose window here. Pretty. But got Mudflood windows right there. So that's a pretty tree. Um, So we've had a big problem with maintaining and upkeeping and modifying, bring them up to date, which is another problem. Like in New York, you say you live in New York, Mary Jane. You know how you have the scaffolding all over the sidewalks that are covering the sidewalks under the buildings, and they're everywhere. Well, the reason is that these old buildings are now deteriorating, and they're too expensive to fix. Stone ball finial, and these buildings. This is Memorial Hall, 87 Gate, Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and diamond symbology in the roof. Um, at their fencing there and there, and I lost my train of thought. Got a wind catcher here, and I've in the I don't even remember when or where or whatever. I looked into this building right here. I remember now. Um, this building, they changed the top. Um, I'm not exactly sure what they did. They definitely changed this top. I think they. I want to say they took the clock out or they put the clock in, and they moved this window, and they did that on every side. And I think they even changed the type of roof covering. This right here, if you look into this building, you will find different roofs on it. I have seen them with my own eyes. At their finials, at their fencing, floor to lee. But this has definitely been changed. I can 100% guarantee you that's been changed. I ran across that messing around, looking at it, looking at this building, and I kept noticing something was off, and I kept going back and forth to the pictures. Then it hit me what they had done, and I'd realized they had completely changed the roof. And I don't know if maybe this is a Harvard thing, but I keep hearing different years for the gates. Now I don't know if they change the gates in some way every year or what. I don't know. Could be a Harvard thing. I don't know anything about. Oh, but these what they found with these scaffoldings in New York is that it's they have found if they put up a scaffolding, that they don't have to fix the building. That they have to leave. It's cheaper to leave the scaffolding up than it is to fix the building. So they've got facades that are falling off the buildings, and as long as they have the scaffolding up, they're covered. And so that's why you have scaffolding all over New York, and it's a huge business. It's like $1 billion business. The scaffolding business in New York is like $1 billion business. It's ridiculous. This is Memorial Hall, Andover, Massachusetts, 1906. Favorite made by something clap. I don't know. Looks like a horse, like a horse watering deal. This is interesting. Got a cannon with a cap on it. These are interesting little pieces. I like the sidewalk. That's good quality. We can build this, and then we're going to build that for the sidewalk. Does that make sense to anyone? Bueller, Bueller, anyone, anyone? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's another cannon in case you need another, couple cannons to go with your building. Okie dokie. Living. C.J. Austin. Okay. Memorial Hall, erected 1872. Someone say I-872. Mudflood windows, in case you need them. A little circumpunks there. That's the original symbol for the creator. Got the triple arches, the big arch, the two little arches in the circle. Got a porthole there, dog toothing. And these windows would open on a hinge in the middle, and they would open up and allow you to use the wind catcher. Got ether fencing, fleur de lis. Got an ether antenna going up. Got a flat earth asterisk right there. Fleur de lis. Architectural urn. Porthole. You don't see the portholes much anymore. A lot of times because the portholes, here's the thing. This right here, imagine you own this building, right? And your roof goes bad, right? And call up the roofer and you're like, okay, Mr. Roofer Man, I need my roof fixed. And he's like, oh, okay, no problem. Here's your price for fixing your roof. And you're like, why is it so expensive? You're like, well, you got these porthole things going on up here, and I've got to, it takes extra work and time and effort to, get around them and get them, sealed up properly. Oh, okay. Was there any way to cut down that price? And the roofer says, yeah, sure. Take the windows out. But they're pretty. But do they serve any purpose? No. The wind catcher doesn't work anymore. Now we're on to more stuff like fans and things like that. And so that what they do is they take this out. They take them all out. And then what you're left with is a flat roof, which is much easier to shingle and maintain. And that's why you don't see them as much anymore. They're gone. They've been removed for a logical, reason that they were more expensive to do. See, here's an obelisk. Meridian Street, Indianapolis, in between 1900 and 1910. And of course, we got cobblestone brick road that is unfortunately not melted. We have to always check for that because, well, there's people actually out there that actually believe that there's melted cobblestone brick road in our world. They also smoke a shit ton of dope, so I'll leave it at that. We have big arches, more portholes, and diamond symbology, Phoenician shells. Nice signage. You gotta love the signage. So here's an example of what I was talking about earlier with where you have an obelisk. Okay, this thing is absolutely huge. Now you have to picture in your mind's eye that all this symbology from the Civil War. Okay, if it's Civil War, okay, and it's on this obelisk, we added it. Okay, it's all added. It's a lot. Now these pictures are a little harder to tell, but when you see it in real life in color and you see the contrast between the two, it stands out what doesn't belong. Okay. And so these statues were either just added or they replaced something. And so now they're saying, oh my goodness, we have to get rid of the racist statues. Okay, so instead of just getting rid of the statues, they get rid of the whole obelisk. Okay, and that's the whole point. They want to get rid of that obelisk. They want to get rid of that technology because this thing is a big ass citywide ether antenna, is what that is. And another feature to these is these lights on the side. Now, a lot of times you'll see these and they won't have the lights. Okay. But if you look deeper and if you're lucky, you will find those lights in the past on these obelisks. These major obelisks seem to always have early on these lights. And I've got a great example in Raleigh, North Carolina, where you had an obelisk like this that was 75 foot tall. When they opened, when they had the opening for where they commemorated the obelisk and said, okay, here we're done building our obelisk in 18 Oh shit, 1867, I think. Um, anyways, it's somewhere in the late 1800s. They supposedly built the 75-foot obelisk, and then in the original pictures, okay, I think I have one, maybe two pictures of these lights in situ. They were in place, and then 2 weeks later, they're gone, and it's like, well, where'd they go? And then I traced them to the governor's mansion. They picked the son bitches up and they installed them, opened up, had the big party. Oh, look at our obelisk. And then picked them up out of the ground and moved them to the governor's mansion. And they stayed there for a while. And then they picked them up out of there and they've never been seen again. What are those lights? Are they just lights? I don't think so. I think they're part of the system. And I think if you look around, you'll find that same thing. But that's just what I've found. You might find something better. Look at the size of this dude compared to this thing. I mean, just the scale. This statue is 3, 4 times, 5 times. I don't know. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 3.5 to 4 times as big as this dude right here. That is massive. At their antenna. Arc light with the hinge mount where they could lower that down and change these bulbs because they would blow a lot. You see all the cannon symbology and the eagle representing the phoenix. You got that Phoenician look here with the ship going through the pillar. 1861 on that obelisk. But see, this is a separate piece. This is something they added. Now, these eagles might be original. And then, they'll also change the tops of these things. So you got the statue up here. Kind of hard to see, but it's there. Johann's block. That's a coin. Yep, Admiralty Law. Yep. You got an ether antenna. Got a clock. Clocks are expensive. You got 4 ones for the 4. So there's your Mandela trigger for you, in case you need that. Got prism transoms here. $2 special, ladies. There you go. Got lots of ladies in uniform, by the way. And let's see, we got Millbank Hall, Columbia University, New York, between 1900 and 1906. Let's see. Cobblestone brick right there. Stoneball finials, scrubbed cartouche. That is probably a flat earth asterisk right there, even though I can't confirm it because that ironwork's in the way. Keystones, diamond symbology. Got the fasciste wrap right here around the building. More stoneball finials right there. Coin. Architectural urns. Got Tartarian lions across the top. All the way across the top there. See that? You got the fleur-de-lis, which I also believe is a symbol for the flat earth. If you take a fleur-de-lis and then you, as above, so below it, you flip it upside down, then you have a squatting man and or a flat earth asterisk. There's more fleur-de-lis. And they say this is a French symbol. It's not a French symbol. It's a symbol from the old world. Got the cornucopia. Yep. Architectural urns, Taurus fields. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've got this beautiful building, yet we have dirt. And this is this is how it went. You have a beautiful building with dirt, and then after that you get the next step is you get cobblestone river rock road or cobblestone brick road. That's the next thing. But I mean, that's what you get. But they always start off with this dirt road every time. This is Monument Palace, Indianapolis, 1914. And here's those lights that are on that we're standing at the obelisk and we're looking out. These are those lights that I was telling you about that they have on the obelisk. Hey, we can play The Sims. And check that out. They've modified this and added stairs going up, and that is an underground entrance right there. At their fencing up there, porthole, big arches back there. Big, I don't know if that's a stone ball finial or not. Could be though. Not sure. These aren't the best quality images, these panoramic shots, but they are cool. Either way, you can get some idea of what's going on. There's Fred right there. Fred being, of course, the horse that built America. At their antenna there and there. There's a wind catcher. Got Mount Royal Station, Baltimore, 1902. And we got Cobblestone Brick Road that is, well, not melted. Sorry. One of these days I'm gonna find it. I mean, there's groups that seem to think that actually exists. So if they swear up and down that it exists, one day I will find it. There's Fred's Horse Built America. There you got the triple arches, the big arch, the two little arches, and the circle in the middle. At the finial. Got a wind catcher here. It's been modified. You got a clock with clock on all four sides. Clocks are expensive, and that Roman numeral is a 4, so they get triggered by the Mandela effect. And we have this guy's changing arc lights right here on this ladder. You see he's up on the ladder there. And this is just very strange. I've never seen this before. Very weird. There's a chimney that's not a chimney. Look at this covering right here. They built this going down. Like, who builds like that? I never in my life have I seen such poorly planned horseshit ever. That is just ridiculous. That massively ridiculous. Makes no sense. Hey Frankie, how you doing? We got municipal buildings, Scranton, Pennsylvania, 1890 to 1901. Got some cobblestone brick here. Got a little fella hanging out. That's a pretty wrought ironwork. I bet that was hard to make and expensive. Got Mudflood windows, 1888 or I-88 on the building. More Mudflood windows there. And more Mudflood windows right there. Got Ghost Fred right there. He's zipping through. Clone of Fred's all over the place. And see how they modify right here. Right there. That's all modified. The mud was high, and then they graded the street down. The mud probably, went kind of, out here, and then they dug it down, probably because of these businesses down here. And the church, they were like, oh, we can just make it flat right there, no problem. Got a beautiful rose window with the flat earth asterisks in it. And, wind catcher, fleur-de-lis as your ether finials, ether fencing. Ether finial with the fleur-de-lis on it. Taurus fields. That's a squatting man symbol, which is a symbol for flat earth. And we have North Street and Connecticut Avenue, Washington, D.C., between 1900 and 1906. Got fleur-de-lis on the ironwork, Mudflood windows right there. Old ether lights. These trees are having trouble here, so they've braced them. You can see the mud up against the buildings. Ether finials, arc light, arches, ether finial. And there's Fred right there. And check this out. Look at these folks up on top of this contraption. Crazy. Got the top off that light. Got a beautiful fountain. Check out that little fella hanging out. Look, there ain't nobody around this little kid. He's just, nobody's watching him. Different time. Now they keep him on a leash. What do we got here? Is that a griffin? I see. What do y'all think? Looks like a griffin to me. But y'all might have a different opinion. What's your opinion? Let me hear it. Let's go. Got some stained glass. Got a Templar cross. It's part of the wind catcher there. Got a wind catcher there. Pyramid symbology, ether finial. Got ivy covering everything. Ether finial. Got ether finial here. Got an onion dome. Ether finial, diamond, pyramid symbology. And I had a nice little conversation with Billy Philly 22 the other day. So go check out Billy Philly's channel, Billy Philly 22. He does boots on the ground research in Raleigh, North Carolina. And he's working on some new things. So go check him out. And I don't know when his next video is coming out, but he's working on it. He's trying to learn OBS and he's it's tricky. So he's he's trying to figure it out. I gave him some pointers, and hopefully that'll help him a little bit. He's got some technical issues on his computer. He's got, that makes it difficult. But I don't know. Go check his channel out, Billy Philly 22. Got a porthole here and here and here. This is let's see, North Illinois State Normal College, DeKalb Normal School, 1915. Weird name. Okay. So basically, it's a castle. In case you need one of them at their finials, at their antenna, and a castle. If you need one of those in America, we got those all over the place. Thank you for adding his Billy Philly's link there, Frankie. National Museum, also known as Smithsonian Institute Arts and Industry Building, Washington, D.C., 1900 and 1906. This is a really cool building. There's some of those big ether lights, great awnings. I love a good awning. They basically got a castle top at their finials. Part of the wind catcher, dog toothing at their finial. Representing the diamond, dog toothing. Mudflood windows across the bottom. Got some sort of stuff here, like cannons, and I'm not sure what this is. This is kind of, I don't know what, these are weird. I don't know. Some dude, I don't know what he's up to. No good, I'm sure. Got Mudflood windows down there. Look at the arch doorway, just humongous. So we threw up a gate to, keep you out. Got Fred over here delivering ice, it seems. Diamond symbology, arch windows, dog tooth. At the finial, part of the wind catcher there. This is something they would do. You see this vent right here? This was probably a porthole at one time, and they took the porthole out and put in louvered ventilation. And this would be part of the wind catcher here. And these are part of the wind catcher portholes at their finial. Okie dokie. Northern Illinois State Normal and Training School, DeKalb, Illinois, 1914. And of course, it's a castle, in case you need that in Illinois. You got knights in shining armor running around your school. You got that covered. No problem. Not the best image, but here's another of the same school, 1914. These panoramics are not the highest res, but they're still cool. Northwestern High School, Detroit, Michigan, 1911. It's like a herringbone, maybe? I don't know. No, it's not a herringbone. I don't think that's herringbone. It might, well, maybe right there. Got an unscrubbed cartouche with a book on it. That's interesting. At their antenna. But, this one, 1911. I don't know. This looks like it's in the middle of construction, but sometimes they would find the buildings in the middle of construction and then finish them out. Maybe they found this building in the middle of construction, and maybe they made some changes to it to make it like more modern, or more usable. I don't know. It's got a more modern look is the reason I say that. But it's obviously in the middle of construction. I mean, look, you can see the construction door here. I mean, that's obviously not right. But look at the size of the door. I mean, that's a high school. Why are you going to put a 20-foot door on a high school in 1911? I mean, what's the point of that? Olympia Cotton Mill, Columbia, South Carolina, 1909. And we have clocks up here. Clocks are expensive. Pyramid symbology, ether antennas on top. And all these cotton mills have these towers. And this one has a wind catcher here and a clock here, but it could also be a wind catcher in there. And this also could be an input to the wind catcher and an output to the wind catcher. So that's a possibility too. Arched windows. But all these cotton mills have this same look to them. I could show you many of these. Panorama of Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., taken from the Capitol building looking east in 1909. Big old arches. A lot going on there. A very common style, a square building with a turret on one end, one corner. Big wind catcher back there. Mudflood windows, trolleys. Hey GT, how you doing? Oh, that's a nice one. Check that sucker out. That is the Library of Congress, is what that is. We were looking at that last week. In case you were here, in case you remember, that's what it was. Massive, just absolutely massive. I don't know what Washington was before in the old world, but it was something important. Got wind catcher there and there, smokestacks that aren't smokestacks. There's more there. Okay. All right. Tell you what. Let's take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few moments. Let's see. I got to figure out. StreamYard over the last week has changed this over, and it's given me a little bit of trouble figuring out what I'm doing here. So bear with me a second, and I will get my head out of my keister. Okay, I'm getting there. Bear with the old BEAGS. Let's see. What do y'all want to watch today? How about construction of the Broadway line subway? That's good enough.
What is it? Is it treasure map?
Well, folks, here's the story about Minnie the Moocher. She was a red hot hoochie coocher. She was the roughest and toughest frail, but Minnie had a heart as big as a whale. So yaddy, 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 yow. Yaddy, 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 yow. Woody, yaddy, yaddy, yay. Woody, yaddy, yaddy, yay. A hooty, 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 hooty. Hooty, 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 hooty. She hangs around with a bloke named Smokey. She loved him though, oh, he was skokey. He took her down to Chinatown, showed her how to kick that gong around. Roddy, yaddy, yaddy, yo. Roddy, yaddy, yaddy, yo. Roddy, yaddy, yaddy, yo. Then she had a dream about the king of Sweden. And this great king gave her things that she was needing. A brand new house made of gold and steel. $1 million car with platinum wheels. So howdy, 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 how. Howdy, 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 how. Hooty, 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 hooty. Hooty, 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 hooty. Hobby bye. Hobby bye.
Okie dokie, we's back. Okay. I hope everybody's doing well. Hello, Steps. What's going on, GT? Yeah, Minnie the Moocher. I love that song. I love that rendition of it. I forget who sings that, but that's really good. Okay. I'm pretty tired tonight, so I'm gonna I was gonna do this later, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it now, just so in case I do, if I can't hang with the big dogs tonight, that I can go ahead and get this stuff out. Let's see. I wanted to make a note on a video that I made that I put out this past week. Let me find it. I want to share it with you. Let's see, construction of the London Terrace. Let me see, make sure I got the right one. Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna mute it. And let's see. Okay. What I want to do is I want to right here. Nobody I was hoping somebody would notice this, but nobody's noticed this yet. But in the construction of this building in downtown New York, the London apartments, there's these arches here, as you can see, and I was hoping somebody would notice them, but nobody seemed to notice this, and I wanted to point it out, because why are those arches there? Those are facing, right. This is being taken from inside the building, and you're looking out across the street to the next building across the street. So these are going under the street. Why are they there? And here's another view. What are these arches? They're not part of the building, y'all. And I don't know the answer. And if you notice, street level is, you see the stairs right there on the right hand side of the screen. Everything below those are below grade. Okay, here's another shot of the arches. What are those arches? There's another shot. Those arches are they're really large, and they go under the street. What are those arches? I think that's about all they show them. But you know, and then when you get to this point in the video, they've covered them up. So anyways, go check that video out and see what you think. It was just something I wanted to point out. Because it's really interesting to see. GT saying maybe those arches were supposed to be for the sewer or for floodings. Well, I mean, they go in between. Okay, if you got the street, if this is the street, and you got a building and a building, those arches go this way, in between the buildings. I mean, if they were going straight down the street, you could say, oh, that might be an old subway tunnel. But when they're going in between the buildings, there's something weird there. I don't know. Okay, if they have something to do with water, what? That's a lot of water. I mean, underneath the building, something ain't jiving there. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm pointing it out. And I wanted to also I wanted to go down a little bit of rabbit hole here. Had a comment last week from Teresa Adams, and she said visited Morganton, NC Asylum recently, completely mud flooded, and has tunnels left there confounded. Nearby school for the deaf was equally as impressive building, and keep digging BEAGS. Now, I wanted to go look into these buildings because now I have heard of the this mental asylum before. But that being said, you know how sometimes you in your research you see something but it doesn't register. That's what we got going here. I knew about this building, but it had not registered because sometimes it's hard to see the forest for the trees. So I wanted to share what I found and just see what we can find here. So we're just going to go and look into this. So let me share screen. And let me figure out this new horseshit Streamlabs thing they've got going. Okay. This is called the I believe the Broughton. Let me see. Let me get it's had several names. It's the let me back out. Oh, come on, give me the name. It's like Broughton Hospital or something now. But originally it was built as the we'll look into this in a second, but obviously it's a bat wing mental institution, okay? And the bat wing being, this is the wing here and the wing here. This thing is massive, and this is the second mental institution that was built in North Carolina. And the story goes is that they built the first one in Raleigh, North Carolina, which I have done extensive research on. And they decided it wasn't enough. And so they built another one. And they built this one on the opposite side of the state. And this one has very similar features to the other one in ways. The other one has the same type of steam power plant, just in the same location as this one. And then there's a separation and then a building. Now they're getting ready to tear down the one in Raleigh, but they're still using this one. And this one has a really crazy history. But this is in Morganton, North Carolina. So we're going to look at this building here. Now, I cannot show you up very close from Google because there's no road that is close to it, as you can see here. But I'll drop down, let's say right here, and you're going to see that you're just not going to see much. Okay, so I'll work my way around here, but you're not going to see much. I'm just going to tell you. We'll have to look at it in different ways in order to see really anything, because it just cannot get close enough or get enough detail. But you could tell this thing is massive. They really were the scale of this thing. This is the second one in North Carolina. I mean, I never in my life realized there was that many crazy people in North Carolina. I mean, I know there's crazy people, but damn if I didn't think there was that many crazy people at that time. Got Mudflood windows on it. Got their finial. So, this is a massive complex. Check this weirdness out right here. Like I said, you're not going to see a whole lot from this area, but you got Mudflood windows here. And I told Billy Philly about this the other day, and maybe he'll be able to, get up there and take some video of it and get up close to it and see what he can find and show it on his channel. So maybe he'll get some good shots of it. It's my understanding is it's still in use today. I think it's under privately owned now. There are videos on YouTube about this building. Not great ones. Not very long ones, not very big ones, not very detailed ones. But there are videos. Coin. And this campus, this up on a hill, rolling hill kind of thing, is very similar to the building in Raleigh, North Carolina. Now, let me come back out of this, and I want to show you, if I can find it. There is another building. I might have to go to a different nearby if I can. Let's see. There's a deaf school somewhere here. Okay, now you see the relation. The Batwing Hospital is here, and then you got the school for the deaf here. Now you go down and look at this building, and this building is impressive. This is a beauty too. Got the steam power plant right here as well. Got mud flooding action there. Mudflood windows. I don't know how close I can get this building. Let's see how close we can get. Not close. Let's see. That's as close as I can get to it right there. Yeah, you can't see shit. Yeah, they're not gonna let you. They're really not gonna let you see that. So we might have to look up some images for that. Now there was. See if I can find it. There was another building I found, and then there's all these other buildings around this area. Maybe this is it. Yeah, this one. This one's kind of weird. It's called the North Carolina School of Science and Math. Now this building right here is an interesting looking building, and I think this one is abandoned. And I know I got closer to this one. Yes. Okay. Check this out. This building is pretty cool. So that's got, that's pretty old. And then let's see. There's a view. No. Where is it? Here. Drop down here. See, I think this one's abandoned. So, Billy Philly, if you're watching, please, I think that would be a good location for you to go check out. And y'all go drop Billy Philly some love in his I'm sure he has Patreon or something, some sort of donations, and help him fund his travel expenses to go into these different locations, because it does cost money. So here's another building. This one looks abandoned too. So there's some abandonedness up in here, which is good because it's real easy to get into those and check them out. And then let me see. There is no. Let's see. Going to this one. Okay. This is in the town or city of Morganton, and this is in downtown. And I went and look and see, because Morganton's like, it's in the middle. Let me show you where this place is, just so you know. Let me get out. Okay. Oh, Morganton. Okay. And Jacksonville's. Okay. We got to go this way, so I know where I'm at. Morganton is right here. It's in between Asheville. It's like about halfway in between Asheville and Winston-Salem. It's in the middle. If you know anything about North Carolina, it's in the middle of freaking nowhere. I mean, there's nothing. And also, now one interesting fact about Morganton is it has the they have recently found the oldest fort in a Spanish fort in America here. And now it's not they're still uncovering it, but it's if it's they say it was burned down by the Indians, but you have to wonder when they say fort, it makes my Star Fort ears perk up. Anyways, this is the courthouse, and it's got flat earth asterisks on it, and it's got portholes here, diamond symbology, got some ether tech up there. This is a weird building. Now, when I first saw this building, I thought, okay, they've changed that. I thought, that doesn't look like it would be, like it looked like that originally. And so I went and looked up pictures of it, and sure enough, it did look like that. It has always looked like this weird. I mean, this looks like a modern construction, right? The in the facading, it's always looked like that. I thought for sure they would at one point have stone facade or a brick building. No, it's always had this weird look, and it's always had this weird door. Like you got this porch up here, and then the door's down here. I've never seen anything like it. It's very weird. I don't know. And how much you want to bet dollars to donuts that this at one point had an obelisk on it, and that this right here was not here? Now, I haven't looked into that, but and then look right here. Does that not look like it could fit right on top of there? That could be part of the obelisk right there. I mean, what? Why is that sitting just right there randomly? What's going on there? But anyways, let me look while we're here. We ain't doing nothing. We'll just look around a little city and see the architecture that's in this little town, and see if we can find something. Yeah, there's this bustling little town here in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere, and it's just it's kind of strange to me how there was this much going on in this little tiny town. In this, I don't know what was going on here. Something, I don't know what I just did. What did I do? What is that? I don't know. The hell is, oh, okay, wow. Okay, that was weird. Where the heck was I? Where's that house I was just looking at? Oh, here it is. Wow, that was weird. This is a bank now. Because that looks like a bank. I mean, seriously? Okay, let's go this way. Get off there. Okay, how did that happen? Buttons aren't toys. Okay. I'm just tooling around. Look at this little town here. Let's see. Now, I know it doesn't, I know it's not that interesting of a town, but what I'm telling you is this is the middle of nowhere. What I'm saying is there's a whole lot of something going on in a place with a whole lot of nothing going on. You know what I mean? There's just something anomalous right there. It's just strange that there would be this much stuff in this little place. Something don't add up to me, is what I'm saying. I don't know what it is. I've never even, I've heard of Morganton. I've never been there. What? Why does it keep doing that? I don't know what I'm doing tonight. Let's see. Where's that courthouse thing? No. Bear with me, folks. There's just like not a lot. Like I just would not have expected to see this much infrastructure in a small town like Morganton, North Carolina, in the middle of nowhere. It's not near a major city. It's not the suburbs of a major city. It's just this little, I mean, it's a nice town. It's beautiful and everything. It's just, it doesn't make sense why there would be this much going on in this place. And I'm talking. You have to understand that I'm talking about. This place has the first, the oldest Spanish fort in America. It's got there's a lot of history like in this little place, and it's got this Batwing Hospital. It's very strange. I forget exactly where the Batwing Hospital is, but it's right outside the city. I think it was near this. Yeah, see, there's the Batwing right there. Okay, there's the hospital, and the town is right here. So this, I mean, what's going on here? There's something going on. And then let me see. Let me get a new. Okay, look, here we go. Wiki official indoctrination page. Let's just kind of dig around here for a minute. Let's get into this for a bit. Broughton Hospital is a psychiatric hospital located in Morganton, North Carolina. It is administered by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Mental Health, Developmental Disabilities, and Substance Abuse Services. I think this may be outdated. I'm not sure. I heard some talk that they were that they've gone private with this thing, but I'm not sure. I've just found this last night, so bear with me. I don't know enough about it yet. 1850, influential mental health activist Dorothea Dix. Now, Dorothea Dix is the same person that petitioned to have a mental hospital built in Raleigh, North Carolina. And they named the hospital in Raleigh, North Carolina, Dorothea Dix Hospital, and it's still called Dorothea Dix, and it sits upon Dix Hill. Now, if you look up, now this is interesting. Let's see. If we go to North Carolina residents, 1850. Okay, now this is the time frame when the first hospital was built. Okay, the first hospital was built around 1865 in Raleigh, and they had in the whole state 900, almost 100,000 people in the whole state, and they need a big Batwing hospital because there's that many crazy people in 1850. And then let's say they built this sumbitch in 1883. So within a short period of opening the first mental hospital in Raleigh, North Carolina, on the other end of the state, they built a second crazy hospital. Now I'll show you the first one. Okay, now we'll go down to Raleigh. Here. Let me give you a perspective of this. Okay. Let's see. Get my bearings. Okay. Morganton is right here in between Hickory and Asheville, and Raleigh is right here. So they're basically 1/3 of the state and another third of the state, and then the end of the state's over here. So they put them directly almost like on the thirds of the state. Does that make sense? Okay, now you go into Raleigh, blah, 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 blah. You go into Raleigh, you go to south of the Raleigh, and then you get to Dix Park. Okay, Dorothea Dix Park. Okay, now the original building, now they've changed this. Okay, it does not look like it looked originally, but this is the original building of Dorothea Dix Hospital. So this is the first one they built. Okay. And so they built this big son bitch. Okay. And then they said, well, we filled this motherfucker up, so we got to build, a second one. In 18, late 1800s. There's that many crazy people in the state of North Carolina. They need 2 big ass hospitals, one on either end of the state to hold them all. Are you kidding me? Who's writing this? I mean, yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Okay, let's see. Dorothea Dix, that's Dorothea Dix right there. Okay. Was an American advocate on behalf of indigenous mentally ill who, through a vigorous and sustained program of lobbying state legislators and the United States Congress, created the first generation of American mental asylums during the Civil War. Okay. So this wonderful person petitioned North Carolina General Assembly to support and build a psychiatric hospital to treat the insane. Within 25 years, the General Assembly determined that one hospital was insufficient to care for the population of the people afflicted by mental illness. So within 25 years, we've got so many freaking crazy people in the state of North Carolina. We need not one, but 2 big ass batwing hospitals because we're that wacko. What does that tell you? There's only 100,000 people in the state in 1860. In 1870, 171,000. In 1880, okay, 100 and let's see, a million. Let's see. Okay, we got 1 million in 1870 and a million 400,000 in 1880. This is the time frame, 18 roughly. Well, they started petitioning around 1850. So between 1850 and 1880, we went from 869,000 to 1,400,000. Okay, and we need that 2 big ass hospitals because there's that many crazy people in the state. I'm sorry, that dog don't hunt. Hey, ha, what are you up to? Hey, Streets Tartaria. How you doing, Mr. Caleb? And I'm just, good grief. Okay, let me get back into it. Okay, 1875, the state provided $75,000 for the establishment of a second psychiatric hospital, built in Morganton on 283 acres of land. Western Carolina Insane Asylum opened on March 29th, 1883. The asylum admitted physician Dr. Red Pepper as its first patient. Okay, let me read that again. The asylum admitted physician Dr. Red Pepper as its first patient. So they admitted a doctor as the first patient to the mental asylum. Okay. Why not? By 1884, its first director, Dr. Patrick Livingston Murphy, and that's we don't have anything on him, reported to the General Assembly that more space was needed. In 1885 and 1886, new wings were opened, expanding the hospital bed space to over 500 patients. Okay. In 1890, the hospital's name was changed to the State Hospital at Morganton, a name it kept until 1959. Patients were used to construct the roads on the property. Oh, I love it. And established and maintained gardens on the ground. So, here we have the patients doing construction. Where have we heard that before? By 1893, the hospital's holdings would encompass over 300 acres. During the early 1900s, the hospital expanded greatly, using the colony system. A farm area was established with a dairy, vineyard, and greenhouses, all staffed by patients of varying degrees of functionality. The hospital was nearly self-sufficient. Additional expansions and landholdings would take place until just after World War I, when public attitudes about mental health patients changed dramatically. The hospital, like many others of this time period, was neglected and suffered during the state and national financial problems of the Great Depression. That's interesting. During the 1920s, the patient to physician ratio was 300 to 1. Let that sink in. 300 to 1, people. Can you imagine? What are we talking about here? By 1930s, this was almost 500 to 1. That means 500 patients to 1 person caring for them. You do the math on that, people. Add it up. Hours for attendants and nurses were intensive, and time off was sparse. Attendants usually slept in the same wards with patients until further expansion during the 1940s. By that time, hospitals' census topped 3,500 patients. In 1959, State Hospital at Morganton became Broughton Hospital, named after World War II Governor J. Melville Broughton. This person was an American politician who served as 60th governor of North Carolina from 1941 to 1945. He later briefly served as United States Senator from January, blah, 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 who cares. 1960s brought many changes to Broughton. Educational programs were established, religious services were incorporated, and the hospital continued to expand, including through affiliated local community health centers. This was part of an effort to institutionalize the mentally ill and treat more locals in local settings. During 1970s, Broughton underwent changes in its housing procedures. Well, I would hope so. Up to that time, its population had been drawn geographically, meaning that patients were being housed according to where they were from, rather than by age or disability. In 1973, Broughton Hospital received its first survey by the Joint Commission on Accreditation of Healthcare Organizations. The hospital received a 1-year accreditation. The Broughton Hospital main building was designed by architect Samuel Sloan. Okay, and we will come back and visit him because he was an interesting little rabbit hole. And built in 1877. It was listed on the National Register of Historical Places in 1977 as the Western North Carolina State Asylum. The Broughton Hospital Historic District was listed on the National Register of Historical Places in 1987 and encompassed 60 contributing buildings and 1 contributing site. 60 buildings. The period from 1980s through 1990s was especially difficult for Broughton, facing increased costs and increased oversight from various organizations. Broughton encountered severe budget problems. In December 1992, the Broughton Hospital Foundation was formed. Its goal was to enhance the lives of the patients at Broughton Hospital through donations, endowments, activities, etc., blah, blah, blah. Today, Broughton serves approximately 800 patients per year and employs approximately 1,200 staff members. So now we got 1,200 staff members to cover 800 patients, but before we had 500 to fucking 1. Do the fucking math, people. With a $98 million annual operating budget. In 2011, Broughton began hiring temporary and contract staff to help control overhead costs. Broughton completed a new facility in 2017 that houses the hospital departments and patient divisions under one roof. On the existing grounds, blah, 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 the main building is now preserved as a historical landmark that is used as office space. Okay. Asylum Cemetery. The cemetery on the grounds was opened in the spring of 1883 and was by 1884 enclosed by a simple fence. It now contains the remains of 1,583 people, including several infants born at the asylum to women in care there. Every grave is marked. Every person buried there known. Something not all asylums can claim. The asylum's first superintendent, Patrick Livingston Murphy, MD, refused to allow any patient's remains to be given over to the North Carolina Anatomical Board for dissection and disposal during his tenure from 1883 to 1907, saying that if patient's family could not provide for burial, the asylum would. There were times that weather precluded transport of the person's remains home, and burial took place in the asylum cemetery. Other patients had been in care at the asylum so long they had no one left back home to claim their remains, or they considered the asylum their home. For some, the cost of transporting remains home by train or wagon may have been prohibitive. The asylum's catchment area being the entire western end of North Carolina, reaching high into the mountains and to the borders of Virginia, Tennessee, and South Carolina. It was not often, as many choose to assume, a matter of abandonment that led to people to be buried in asylum cemetery, but expediency. The wishes of the patient and her family, and the graces and attentions of the asylum staff, who in many instances had known and cared for that person for many years, prejudice, blah 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 blah. Okay, now one thing I learned about this cemetery that's interesting is they don't got no grave plots. They don't got no names on the graves, y'all. They got dog tags. They fucking dog tagged the graves. They clipped a dog tag to a like a wire that is strung across the heads of the graves, and wherever there's a grave, they put a dog tag with a number, and that number is then written in a book, and they have a book that you have to go look up who's in that, whose dog tag that is. How fucked up's that? How you like them apples? Okay, now let's click on here, go check out this picture of the building. Get a little bit closer up. You can see the ether finials, the coin. Got Taurus fields. Got some sort of stained glass here. Now, I will tell you something that's very interesting that I'm seeing here. Okay, got an ether antenna up there. Okay, on the asylum in Raleigh, the original front door was 25 feet tall. Now, if you chopped out this middle section here and took this out, this right here would be very similar to the one in Raleigh. Not the columns with the Taurus fields and all that, because they didn't have that, but the size. So that's something that stands out to me. Let's see if there's anything over here. Ether finial. And you got windows near ground level there. Okay, and so let's see. I don't think there's any more pictures. Okay, so I don't have any more pictures. I don't think. Okay, no. Okay, no pictures. Okay. Now, if we go, let's why not? We ain't got nothing better to do. Let's go to let's search for images on this place. See what we can find. Here's a nice old image. Cool cars. Let's see what else we can find. That's pretty cool. Let's see. There's an older black and white. This thing is just massive. Oh, here's like a postcard kind of thing. Can I open that up? And look, now I don't remember seeing these buildings here, the ones behind the Batwing. And it looks to me like that front is different too. I can't zoom in on it, but I see some anomalies there. That stuff is important. When you see anomalies like that, take note. take a lot of note, because those anomalies are there for a reason. Well, it keeps opening like that. Whatever. Here's an old picture of it. Thing is just massive. I don't know if they'll give a. See, this is the cemetery. I don't know if you can see the I don't know what the hell they got going there. The meat hooks. It might be for the kitchen or something. Oh, and this is something that I've confirmed, that there's tunnels under this thing. That the subscriber that originally sent me this lead was telling me that there was tunnels under there, and I did confirm there are tunnels underneath this place. And there, I believe, is a map of these tunnels that can be found. I haven't looked for it yet, but I my understanding is there's a map. Maybe we'll find it here. I don't know. I don't know. I was looking for that map. Okay. Let's see. Well, if we're gonna find too many pictures on this place, they don't usually have a whole ton of them. What is this? That's something else. Okay, we don't want that. That's an interesting. Oh, ooh, let's look at that. Look at the Mudflood windows down there. That's an old fire hose reel right there. They must be practicing drilling for a fire. Wonder if we can there's a postcard. What is this? I don't know what that is. It doesn't say. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna let me see if we can put cemetery. Ooh. See if we can find an image of the cemetery and those dog tags. Yeah, okay, here we go. Now I have confirmed this. They actually, you can't see it too good. See that right there? That little thing right there? That is the grave marker. It's a dog tag. I don't know if I'm going to get a better image. Ah, here's a close-up. Here's a dog tag. That's what you get right there. That's your grave plot. That's your grave marker right there. A dog tag. What's up with that? Okay. So now we've gone down that. Let's look at the architect, because you know that they're always bullshit. So we know the architect didn't build the building. So let's go look at this quote unquote architect. This guy is interesting. Samuel Sloan, 1815 to 1844, was a Philadelphia-based architect and best-selling author of architectural books. In the mid-19th century, he specialized in Italianate villas and country houses, churches, and institutional buildings. His most famous building, the octagonal mansion Longwood in Natchez, Mississippi, is unfinished. Construction was abandoned during the American Civil War. And it's known as, let's see if we can find it. Here we go. This is interesting. Longwood, Natchez, Mississippi. That's the mansion, his mansion. It's known as Nuts Folly. How many times have we heard that narrative? That somebody tries to build a house and they spend crazy amounts of money on it, and then they call it so-and-so's folly. How many times have we heard that narrative, the same horseshit story over and over and over again? Nuts Folly is a historic antebellum octagonal mansion located at 140 Lower Woodville Road in Natchez, Mississippi, United States, built in part by enslaved people. The mansion is on the U.S. National Register of Historical Places and is a National Historic Landmark, along with its largest octagonal house in the United States. So let's take a look at this fancy house. I mean, this now I've already looked at this now, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you that the outside of this thing is beautiful. It really is. But he really didn't finish it. Look at that Etherfinial up there. He really didn't finish this house. I mean, it's straight up. I'm going to show you. I'll show you. Okay, what else we got? I know there's some more pictures. Okay, we got I guess this is like an architectural plan, but you see the differences there's differences here. And look at these little knobby bits up here. What's going on? I don't remember seeing those. Look, they're not there. They're gone. Were they there before? I don't know. Let's see. Mansion is known for its octagonal plan, Byzantine onion-shaped dome, and the contrast beneath ornate finished first floor and unfinished upper floors. Samuel Sloan, architect, designed the home in 1859 for cotton planter Holler Nutt. Work was halted in 1861 at the start of the American Civil War. Nutt died of pneumonia in 1864, leaving work incomplete. Of the 32 rooms planned for the house, only 9 rooms on the basement floor were complete. Anybody catch that? Let me read again. Of the 32 rooms planned for the house, only 9 rooms on the basement floor were complete. The basement floor. So we're going to finish the basement floor before we do anything else. Haler Nuts never finished Natchez home, Longwood, and was the first, last burst of Southern opulence before the war, and the federal ban on enslaving people brought the cotton barons' dominance to an end. Longwood survived decades of neglect and near abandonment to become one of Natchez's most popular attractions. Longwood is owned and operated by the Historic House Museum, by the Pilgrimage Garden Club. It is also available for rent. In popular culture, featured in the Southern United States segment Guide to Historic Homes, America's in-depth production of Bob Vila for the A&E Network. Blah, blah, blah. It was in the True Blood, fictional Jackson, Mississippi mansion of Russell Edgington, the vampire king of Mississippi and Louisiana. Okay, so let's see. If we take the name of the house and we plug it in, okay, and we get some pictures of it. Let's see. Here's the inside. I mean, come on. Really? I don't even know what the hell that is. Here's a floor plan. Very, very weird. Flat Earth asterisk there. In case you need that. There's an old picture. I don't know if I can see if I can get this to pop open. Yeah, here we go. Oh. And see all the fancy tech is. There's looking up through the middle to the top. And it sits in the middle of nowhere. We'll go look at it on satellite. Here's a artist rendition of it. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, get close on it. I mean, that thing's crazy looking. Looks like there's parts to it lying here. That's, I think, the first floor, but I'm not even sure. Let's look if we see inside. Oh wow, what is this? Check this out. Oh wow, that's pretty wild stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, slaves. Yeah, they say that slaves were used to build the White House. I don't think it's true, but of course, you know there's a home in my family's past that supposedly the story went that that we had um some slaves and they made the brick. That the story went that they made the bricks from the dirt in the front yard for the house, and it's and it I don't think it's true. and that the house was the guy that lived in the house was supposedly he had supposedly gone to the gold rush in San Francisco and struck it rich. I don't think that's true anymore. I mean, I used to believe it. That's what I was told. And why would you not believe it? Because you're told that. But you know, I don't believe it now. But let's see. Okay, we'll go and look down on satellite. This sucker. Okay, I can't. It doesn't do 3D, but I just want to kind of give you an idea. The town of Natchez is here, and this house is the middle of freaking nothing. Just absolutely nothing. And we can drop down and can drop down inside of it and look around, which is kind of cool. Got these niches in the wall. Not sure what's going on with them circles. And that looks like a window in the floor. Okie dokie. I don't know. You tell me. I really don't know what's going on there. I can look up. And that's how they would make arches right there. Hey, Big Kush, what's going on? So anyways, it's not, there's a map, I guess. Let's see, second floor. Oh, so this is the second floor that we're on here. Okay. All right. And then let's see, what else do we want to look at? I think we've exhausted that little rabbit hole for now. Let's look at the courthouse. That's the building we were looking at earlier. And it just doesn't have it. If you search, let's see, if you search this courthouse, let me see. You search this courthouse, it's always had this stupid look. See, it's always had that weird look to it. And I can't figure this out. This is something weird. if you look at the height of from here to here, okay, and the height from here to here, it looks like there's a difference. I don't know. And then you got this top here that don't add up. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I mean, there's an anomaly there. Let's see if we can get better close up of that. There's Fred right there, in case you need Fred. I mean, you're going to have Fred. He's going to have to bring in all this stuff. It's always had this weird little look to it. I expected when I looked this up that I'd find like an old brick building or an old, stone facade or something. And it's just always had that weird look. I guess they're renovating it here. I don't know what they're demoing there. So anyways, it's just a strange little building. And let's see. Burke County Courthouse located at 201 South Green Street, Morganton, Burke County, North Carolina. Operates as the courthouse for Burke County. It was opened in 1976 to replace the old Burke County Courthouse. Old Court County. Let's see what the old courthouse in use by 1837 is listed on National Historic Places. Well, that's what we're interested in. Old Burke County Courthouse is a historic courthouse building located at 102 East Union Street in Morganton. It was built in 1833 through 1835 at a cost of $15,000 and is a 2-story square stone building. So it's stone underneath whatever the hell is on the outside of it. It looks like stucco, but I don't know. And on a raised basement. Okay, so that's okay. Red flags are flying up. A raised basement. What the fuck is a raised basement, y'all? In the classical revival style. What the fuck is that? That doesn't even add up. It features pediment porticos on 2 sides and an elaborate cupola added during the remodeling in 1901. Oh, now see, that's interesting. So what they're saying is that the image where it had the little pyramid on top is the original cupola, and that the one that we see today was added in 1901. Now, if you know me, I feel that everything before 1943 is suspect. So I would say that is probably the original cupola, and that's a horseshit narrative. Let's see. Hey, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. What's going on? Let's say shortly before the end of the American Civil War, a detachment of Union cavalry raided the building in 1865 as part of Stoneman's 1865 raid and destroyed much of the county's records. Oh, that's wonderful. Very convenient. Very convenient. That way we get rid of the records. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. It was listed on National Historic Registration. Who cares? Let's see if we can find anything interesting. Okay. This kind of looks BS. Okay. I did want to look up. Let's look up. Here it is. Jorah Archaeological Site, the oldest known European inland non-coastal settlement in the United States of Fort San Juan, has been identified at Jorah, a former Mississippian cultural chieftain located about 5 miles north of the present-day Morganton. In 1567, a Spanish expedition built the fort there while seeking to establish an interior route to Mexican silver mines. This was more than 40 years before the English settled in Jamestown, Virginia, their first permanent settlement in North Carolina. I mean, North America. The Spanish left a 31-man garrison that occupied the fort for 18 months before being overcome by Mississippian attack. 5 other Spanish forts in the larger interior region were also destroyed about that time. Only 1 soldier survived. The Fort Indian settlement had been under professional excavation since early 21st century, with findings published in 2004. Europeans associated with the British colonies did not try to settle this far west for nearly 200 years, organizing Burke County in 1777. So, I don't know if we can, it doesn't really, we go to Fort San Juan, it really doesn't, here's a map, and let's see, the Fort San Juan is right here. That's where it is on the map. And it's an old map, so it's all messed up. But it's not, it's weird because when you look it up, it doesn't really bear very good fruit. This is the kind of thing that they give you. They say that there's a bastion. I did find, like, right here, bastion right here, and then there's a moat, and then an entryway, and then another moat. I don't know. So it's like, I don't know, what the hell am I looking at there? I don't know. I you know, but every time I hear bastion or fort, I think Star Fort. So I start looking for the Star Fort, you know. So I don't know what this thing, I don't know what they found here. But anyways, there's that. Let's see, let's get rid of some of this stuff here. We don't need all this stuff. Okay. We don't need you either. Okay, now there was also, I wanted to look up, no. Let's go to okay, this is the NC School for the Blind that we're looking at before, and then let's see what we can find on that, just for shits and giggles. Wait, I got to be in the right, where am I? Nope. So lost. This one, okay. North Carolina School for the Deaf is a state-supported residential school for deaf children established in 1894. Here's a nice picture of it. Check out that beauty. That's pretty. Got Mudflood windows there. What else we got? What other pictures? There's an interior shot. There's the back of that building I was looking at that had the that was abandoned. Oh, here's a nice outside shot. Oh wow, look at those Mudflood windows going down right there. Right there at the bottom. Nice. Right there across the bottom. You got a clock on either side, so those are expensive. At their finial. Oh, that's just a cool little building there, I think. 1845, W.D. Cook was hired by the state, and a school was opened in Raleigh with 7 deaf pupils. The school remained open during the American Civil War, then later suffered under the incompetent leadership of political appointees. Around 1890, the educational trend in the United States was to have separate schools for deaf children and blind children. This led to a series of hearings that in turn led to legislative action. The result was the funding for a new school for the deaf children and its location in Morganton, both in 1891. The prime advocate for a new school was Edward Key Goodwin, 1859 to 1937, of Raleigh, who in 1894 became the first superintendent, an appointment he held until 1936. The person instrumental for the location of Morganton was Colonel Samuel McDowell Tate, 1830 to 1897 of Morganton. School was for the School for the Blind remained in Raleigh as the Governor Moorhead School. Now, the Governor Moorhead School, I'll show you that, is still there today. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Okay, where am I? I am lost, is where I am. Oh, I'm upside down, is where I am. Okie dokie. So we're going to go down to Raleigh, and let's see. We've got, again, Dorothea Dix Hospital, the Batwing right here. And then if you go right down the street, right here was the location of the original state prison, which was also a Batwing style building. It's now demolished and gone, and one day I will get to that. And then the Governor Moorhead School is right here, as you see. Now, this is an area that at some point I'm hoping that Billy Philly can go down and get some video of, because I cannot get good images of these buildings. I don't know what the fuck is here. Okay. I just don't know. Because it just doesn't allow you to get close enough, and there's not enough documentation to get good imagery of these buildings, and there's just not enough historical record. Oh, hello, nice to meet you. Of these things, so I can't really tell you what's there. There's a lot there, as you can see. It's this whole area here, but I don't know what's there. But anyways, Raleigh is something I have researched the entire, everything right here. If it was built before 1943, I have researched it. And I'm not talking about like not well, some of the houses, but building structures wise, important buildings. And there's a lot of them, and I have researched them all. And so anyways, but that's a whole nother story. Okay, so where are we at? During the Civil War, Confederate money was printed at the school. Interesting. Under desegregation in 1960s, black deaf students from the Garner campus of Governor Moorhead School were moved to NCDS. Now, it says here, see, this is the stuff they don't explain everything here. The black deaf students. Okay, now it took me a while to figure this out. It took me a lot of research to figure this out, but I did find this school eventually, and where it's at is let me get my bearings. Hold on. Okay, Raleigh. Okay, come down 70, and we're looking for, where the hell is it? Tron Road. This is it right here. This became, at some point, I have the dates in my research, but this area right here became the black deaf, dumb, and blind school. Now, it is way outside of Raleigh. Raleigh's up here, okay? But now today it's known as the Highway Patrol Training Academy. And so this is on my hit list of places to get out and see. It's another area that I cannot research because there's not hardly any data on it. There's no old pictures. You cannot get anything close to it satellite wise other than overhead. But this stuff's old too. So that's on my list. But it took me a long time to figure out what this was, because there's very little documentation that this was originally the black deaf, dumb, and blind school. But I did figure it out, you son of a bitches. Due to a declining student populations, there were considerations on whether to close the school in 1986, 1991, and 2000, but the school remained open. Today it's on the Historic District campus of Morganton, North Carolina, with 12 buildings on 160 acres of land. The school now has an annual budget of over $10 million. Jeez. The historic district encompasses 14 historic buildings constructed between 1891 and 1939. They include the main building, classrooms, building, recreational facilities, and original infirmary, staff housing, and farm buildings. They the representations of Victorian, Romanesque, revival, colonial revival style architecture. The main building is a high Victorian 3-story brick building with a slate roof and 5-story tower. Oh, just a 5-story tower. We need that. Why not? The main building was listed on National Historic Register, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? North Carolina School for Deaf and Blind is one of 2 primary public schools for deaf and hard of hearing students in pre-K through 12th grade in North Carolina. Let's see. And the original, now this is another point. And that this, I can't really show you this without getting into it, but the original deaf, dumb, and blind school in Raleigh, North Carolina was a castle, which they've destroyed. That's a whole nother story. Just so you know, just a little added little tidbit. So anyways, I think that's about the gist of that rabbit hole. Anyways, I just wanted to go there just for my personal shits and giggles. I hope y'all didn't mind. Sometimes it's just fun to go and dig and see what you find and share it. So that's what I did. So there we go. Let's see. Do y'all got any questions? Because I can try to answer those. Forgive me, I did not shave today. I've had a long couple days. I'm tired. I have been poked by every briar in the state of North Carolina this week. Let's see. Blind kids can really appreciate a tall, ornate tower. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good, yeah. I guess they can touch it and feel it and knock on it. The deaf guys can knock on it and feel the vibrations going through their hand. Oh, that's solid. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see. It's a Boy Scout navigating and shooting stuff. They're also in my boys. Have been there several times. Let's see. It's a Boy Scout navigating and shooting stuff. Okay. School next to a state prison. What are we talking about? All you got to do is mention Masons. That gets things for free and the room gets silent. I saw this video yesterday where this knucklehead walks up to a guy who's wearing a Mason shirt. And he says, "Hey, are you a Mason?" The guy's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, Illuminati, Illuminati." And the guy got really mad at him. Really mad. Like he was about to whoop his ass. He did not like being called, the I word. Anyways, I thought that was kind of funny. You're required to cover your ass when you are a Mason who gets things for free. There you go. Oh, da, 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 da. Da, da, da. That's me. I'm live in all my glory. Woohoo! Let's see. And there's main wooden leg. What? Next will be a man with a wooden leg named Smith. Did you take your Borax today? Okie dokie. Need a raised basement. What is a raised basement? I mean, I don't even that. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I like this kind of research. The way I like to research is I follow my nose. Okay, I follow the little trails that are provided and see where they go. Don't like go looking for something in particular. Just see where your nose follows. See where it's like, okay, I look at Morganton, this mental institution, right? And then you pull out and you see what else is around it, and you find these other things. And then it's like, well, if there's this there, then there obviously is a community. What is in Morganton? I didn't know. So then I went and looked at Morganton, and I find there's this, rather large infrastructure in Morganton. I didn't know that. I'm from North Carolina, and I've been, I don't know if I've ever been to Morganton, but I've been past it many times. And I might have stopped there, or I might even have been there. I don't remember, but I don't remember it. Of course, you don't remember anything. I mean, nobody pays attention to nothing, especially when you're asleep. I don't know. Let's read back through these. Let's see, what do we got? Your son has explored the mental institution in Morganton. It's I think that's kind of, like I said, I found this last night, so I haven't done a ton of looking into it, but I did see it seems like some people have done some investigations there. It doesn't look like the urbexers have gotten too close to it. I don't know. And I didn't look very hard, so, but it seems like I would have found it. Yeah, deaf, dumb, and yeah, in a castle. Yeah. But what's weird is this is that I'd show it to you, but I got to really get into it to explain it. I don't want to ruin it. I'm saving it. I'm saving this one. The castle I'm saving. I've got, I'm working on it. It's just one of them things. Good day, folks. What are the notches in the eaves for? I don't know. I mean, I've wondered if they're some sort of tech. Maybe they kind of bounce the energy around or something. Maybe they kind of the energy maybe shoots out and then it makes it kind of refract or something. I don't know. It seems like they're techie to me. I can't prove it, but then again, I as the new theory goes, is for talking to the dead. So I don't know. I'm not really on board with let's talk to the dead with our roof systems, but let me go back up here and see what y'all got. I'm going all the way back. I've had a hell of a week. I'm pretty beat, y'all. These damn hogs is killing me. I'm trying to build this pen for them, and we're building it in an area that's it's woods, and so I'm trying to clear the land so I can build this thing, and it's tough. I got a guy I'm out there coordinating it and saying, okay, I've got a guy that he stays on a bobcat and that's all he does, and he's just you know, he does two things. He cuts down trees with the chainsaw, and he gets on the bobcat, and he goes back and forth, and he cuts down trees, moves the bobcat, and he's doing like the clearing of it. But I'm going in there like with, you know, cutters and hand saws and snips and getting into the thick of it and meticulously cutting out exactly what needs to be cut out, because we don't want to cut out everything. It's a pain in the ass. We're getting there though. What else is going on? What is there anything interesting going on in the community this week? I don't know about. I hadn't had a lot of time to do anything this week, so I don't. There might be something interesting going on I don't know about. They definitely raised the Victorians up out of the dirt. It's a lot easier than stone. Man, my boots were so muddy when I got home today. We're the area we're working in has also got this area that's really the mud is really bad, and we're having to fight through that. It just sucks. So I don't know. Hey Masonic U, how you doing? Let's see. John Levy found those Mason houses and communities that are only for Masons. Okay. Oh, you talking about where they I don't watch Lev anymore, y'all. I don't even bother. So it's just not worth the time anymore for me. But you got yeah, there are communities where you have to you have to be part of the club to get in. It's they make the rules. They you know, you get in some of these gated communities, and you know, you got it's like I worked I did oh gosh, early 2000s sometime, did got hired to do Shaquille O'Neal's house and the audio and video, and he was telling me that the he had a white sand beach, and I knew that was not not right. Like it didn't match the rest of the neighborhood. I knew it wasn't right. I knew they had real strict rules, and he said that they were not happy that he brought in white sand and made a white sand beach out back of his house on the lake. And so they said, okay, we're going to fine you many thousands of dollars. And he's like, okay, who do I write the check to? He wrote a check, and he still has it. He still has it. That's a big damn house. Let's see. That's where they hide the underground networks. I'm glad I'm not in the club. Yeah. You don't want to be in the club. It's for losers. Absolute. It there's no way I'd ever want to make that. Time to make sausage. Oh, I like sausage now. I like me some sausage. I know it's not good for you. Roscoe wanted to come say hello. Say hello. Everybody say wave. Wave. Hello. He talks, didn't you hear? Yes, I know. What do you want, a biscuit? I ain't got no biscuits. Not that you can have. I might have one you can't have. Okay, he wants a biscuit. He's got to have a biscuit. I don't know. You don't want to be in the club though. It ain't a good club. In order to be in their club, you have to do things that you don't want to do. You have to work for it. Work for it. He likes to entertain. Get it? Can you get it? Jump high. Jump high. You can get it. Get it. Sorry, folks. We got to have a biscuit. Here we go. I don't know what it is about that's funny. It seems like I'm being mean to him. But if I get the biscuit and I just hold it, he won't get it. He don't want it. He wants to fight for it. So I've got to do something to act like I gotta act like I'm not gonna give it to him. Like, you can't have that biscuit. No, that's my biscuit. No, and he wants it. He's a weirdo. My dog's a weirdo. He can't help it though. He got Mexican heritage. Let's see. He's an American Patriot Chihuahua though. Don't let him fool you. Guy I work with is very high up in the Masons here in Alberta. He seems nice enough. Okay, that's a good point. The Masons today in 2023 are not the Masons of 1900. Not the same guys. And I don't mean that as in like, okay, yeah, those guys are dead. No. It's a whole different club. These are not they don't use it for that anymore. Now it's a good old boys networking club. Once you get higher up, once you get your 32nd degree, then you have then you can be looked at for possible initiation into the Illuminous degrees, but you have to be invited to that. You don't ask to be in it. They don't even know about it. You get asked once you get to a certain level, which is the 32nd degree. And then you transfer on. But the Masons today, they're just, it's just a good old boys club. They're not bad people is what I'm saying. They're wealthier people usually. And a lot of them are honorary. But they're not the same. They're not the cover story people, although they possibly, without their knowing, are still being used for cover up operations. You got a guy that owns let's say a business that has the ability to make something happen, right? And then you just kind of network your way in there and trickle down the information that you want something done. And you network and you might get something done that way, is what I'm saying. But it's not the same organization it was in the old days. Yes, he is adorable. He can't help it. Plan on going for beers with him to pick up his brain a bit. I doubt it. I doubt they'll tell you anything of importance, anything really interesting. I don't know. They're just not. Even if they don't really know anything. To tell you the truth, they don't really. They don't even teach them the same way anymore. It's a good old boys club. Yeah, I never did talk to Spartan. I could never get him to could never get him to fuck with me. But I used to I used to go on their streams and as Stuff Beagle and try to ask questions, and they would basically see me coming because they figured out real quick that best not fuck with BEAGS. And then so I'd go in and under a different name, and I'd ask them questions, like real questions, and the idea was that they wouldn't get triggered so fast. And what they would do is they would try to answer the questions in a bullshit way, and it was just funny to see them try to answer a legitimate question with their bullshit answers. It was just funny to watch because and hopefully people would pick up on, wait a minute, yeah, there's something about the bullshit they're slinging. But I didn't do that very often because it was really pointless. Because they just don't. They sling so much bullshit. It's incredible. Oh, by the way, they're actually doing. I noticed last week or this week, sometime recently, they're actually coming out and doing a Meltology meetup. These clowns are getting together. They're going to have a clown fest, Meltology clown fest, first ever. So basically, it's that's going to be funny. It's like it's comical. Of course, John Levy's giving the keynote address, so there's that. Let's see. Modern Freemasons are stepping stones into the upper clubs now. They're as hidden as old Masons were. Modern Freemasons are a stepping stone into upper clubs now. They're hidden. The higher ups, yes. I mean, you're talking that you're a whole different. You get into a whole different thing up there. The highest level of masonry is not the highest level. Then once you get from to those higher levels, then you can be selected to go into the the enlightened ones corner. Enlightened, air quotes. Clay. Yeah, many people were Masons. Yep, it's good entertainment. Keep it. Here's the trouble with Levy is that you got two different ways of looking at this. You got the way that Levy's projecting himself, which is, look, I'm looking at this stuff, I'm speculating, I'm having a good time, and I'm showing you interesting things I'm running across. I'm giving you, some philosophy, some historical knowledge. We're looking, okay, he's giving you these ideas in his head. Okay, his perspective being that hey, it's all just my observations. It's me speculating, okay? But then you've got the reverse of that and the flip side of that, which is actually more important, which is the fact that the people, the viewers, you and me, are looking at Levy as the top of the tip of the spear, the top of the whatever, the Mudflood, he's the head of he's the biggest name, and so we expect him to be the best. And so we expect the best research. We expect everything that comes out of his, front end and back end to be pure gold. And there's where the trouble comes in the paradise. The reality of what he's putting out and the reality of what people think he's putting out are two different things. And the problem is us, really. It's the people, the yous and the me's. We're taking him too seriously. I don't anymore. I used to take him very seriously. I don't do that anymore. Believe me, it helps. You do a lot better with that. New West, I soap customer of mine. Do what? Is a 29 degree in historical Black Lodge. Tried picking his brain. He said, "Oh, okay." He says all about prestige, basically. Yeah. That I'd agree with that. Yep. It's a good old boys network. Yep. And the only reason they had the Black Lodges is because when they originally started this, you had, the segregation of the races. So it's the same thing. They're connected. They're completely together. They're just separate because of that. And then when they, desegregated, of course, you know how black people are. Okay, they like it. This is one thing I find. Okay, I love black people. Okay, look, y'all. My first roommate ever. Okay, um, was a friend of mine from high school. She was a black girl, and we were roommates for 7 years. We were just roommates, just friends. That's it. But she was the best roommate I ever had, and she taught me so much about black culture. So yeah, I love black people. Okay, and but it's funny to me how you had segregation and blacks weren't allowed to do anything, do certain things that whites could do, and they didn't get the same privileges, and they didn't get to, they got fucked 3 ways from Sunday, right? And then they desegregated, and now you've got your black churches, you got your black restaurants, you got your black clothing, you got your black music, you got your black TV, you got your black movies, you got your black this, you got your black that. They segregate themselves now, which to me is hilarious because they wanted to be equal, yet when you gave them the equality, they wanted to be separate. I gotta love black people. He tried to tell me that the hidden hand isn't a Mason's son. And then I told him that it is the master of the second veil. And he said, okay, it is. You got me. I mean, yeah. I mean, well, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to tell you that stuff. It's their secret, but it's all bullshit secrets. It's not important. Whatever. We all know it's the hidden hand is their sign. I mean, it's very, very known thing. My 32nd degree Mason friend describes the Blue Lodge as boys' club, and the honor of being Mason is long gone. Yeah. Yep. Meltfest 2023. Don't lie. I know you got tickets. Tell the truth, GT. GT's going to the Meltology Fest. Whoo, we lost another one. Oh, GT, he was a good one. Dude, he went melt. 33 degrees of the Phoenix. Oh, here we go with the fingers again. Yes, John Levy is awesome. He is awesome, but take him for what he's worth. Take him, don't take everything he's throwing out as the end all and be all, y'all. Take it as his speculation. That's the problem is that a lot of people take him way too seriously. And I think that became started becoming clear with the AI folly, Levy's folly of the AI pictures. I still don't know how he didn't see that was fake, but I don't know. Whatever. It's all about showing off now. Expensive, according to my Mason customer. That's right, Biggs. Yep. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, my husband did the hidden hand gesture at our buddy's wedding after the real photographer was done, and I did the wedding party photos first. Now, I think I've said it before, is my thinking on the hidden hand is that, okay, let me see if I can do this right so you can see it. Oh, okay. So you're here. Imagine this is your hidden hand. Okay. I'm not going to do this right. Okay. Here we go. Nope. Here we go. Okay. Imagine this is no. Sorry. It looks weird in the camera. Okay. Imagine this is your hidden hand. Okay. And my thinking, and this is just my thinking. I don't know if this is true. This is just my thinking. Okay. If this is the hidden hand, okay, or this is the hidden hand, it's in the jacket, right? This is the jacket. What if it means this. Okay, or excuse me, this. Okay, this is the jacket. This is the jacket, and this is the hidden hand. Okay, what if the symbol was actually representing mud and a building in mud? That's my thinking on it. I don't know if it's true. I'm flipping it upside down and see what comes out. I want to join the Masons, but I disagree with some of their requirements. And I'm not sure you can add like I want to join the Masons. I think you have to just be asked. I don't think you can knock on the door and say, "Hey, yo, where do I sign up for this shit? I want to be Mason." I don't think it works that way. I think you got to be invited to their little party. I guess we should take the words founding fathers literally. Yes. Funny, we don't see many pictures of the nighttime either along the giant cities with nobody on the streets. Don't see many pictures of the nighttime either along with giant cities with nobody on the streets. Well, I mean, it was hard to take a photograph at night back then. So most of the images you see are the really, really bright ones like the Luna Park and the World's Fairs, because they had a lot of light. They lit them suckers up. That's why you see them. That's why you see those lit up at night. I think everybody likes John Levy. I don't. I mean, okay. You know what? Even even the skepticals, they like John Levy, even though they talk trash about him left and right and use him in their parodies and all that stuff. They like John Levy, and how can you not? He's entertaining as hell, you know, and he comes up with interesting topics, and he sparks the imagination, and he, like how he'll be talking about some deep research and all of a sudden he talks about his chicken shitting on his floor or something like that. I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, I could do that all day long. I could be sitting here talking, you know, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the coffee's done. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, somebody knocked on the door. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Whoops, I farted. I mean, and it would be the same thing, but nobody can do it like he can. I mean, he that's his thing. You know, that's his shtick. What do we got here? Donald Trump's hair. That name is hilarious to me. Do you think the camera is older than we think? Absolutely. For all we know, they have pictures from the 1700s. Yeah, absolutely. The cameras, no doubt. I think a lot of the pictures of construction, especially, are older. That's why we have construction photos. I think there actually are construction photos of the buildings being constructed, but they're not from the time we're told that they're older pictures. And then it's like, oh, you know, we can build these buildings. We probably did. Well, at least our size people probably had a hand in it. We probably were a part of it, just in the old world. I don't think everybody was a giant back then, y'all. I think it was a hodgepodge of everything. There was all kinds of shit going on back then. I mean, I was watching this video today about the evolution of not to use the word evolution, but the progression of Native Americans in America and how that actually laid out. And it was really interesting to see that research, because it's like even the mainstream is starting to realize they don't know what the fuck happened here. they are starting to realize that our history is way off. they don't know, they haven't as gone as far as we have, but they're kind of starting to meet us in the middle. They know that it's like they know now that the history that they've taught us for all these years is wrong. And then we're over here and they're pushing towards us. And eventually we're going to collide. It's going to happen. It's inevitable. I don't think John wants to be the top of the spear, not anymore. I think he's just like to have fun with it and not take it so seriously. I don't think John ever wanted to be the tip of the spear. I don't think that was his plan. I think it got out of hand on him. I mean, okay, you don't, when you, I'll give you from creators, YouTube creators perspective, is that when you start doing this, you don't expect anybody to give a damn about what you're doing or what you're saying or the videos you make. You don't expect that. You just start making videos, and maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe, sometimes people like it, sometimes people don't. And I'm sure John started off making videos and he never had any intention of it blowing up like it did. I don't think he had any intention at all of that. But then it did. And he was running that coffee shop and he was having all kinds of problems with his coffee shop. And then he got to the point where he was making, I think, as much on YouTube as he was making doing the coffee shop. And it just, kind of no brainer. Well, why keep doing the coffee shop? I can do this now. But then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And, he's in a lot of pressure. I'm glad I ain't John Levy. I wouldn't know. I couldn't do it, because there are people that are out there that make this horriblest videos about him, parody kind of videos. And I'm not talking about the funny ones. I'm talking about the hateful shit. I mean, hateful shit. You wouldn't believe some of that. I'm not going to mention any of them because you shouldn't even watch that crap. But there's some people out there that make really hateful parodies of him, and it's like, God, what's wrong with you people? And I mean, I get it. There's wacko. There's so many wackos in this world. It's unbelievable. Oh, Sonic, I don't think either. My Kim does the best research. There you go. Let's see. Okay. I think my opinion right now is that personally, now everybody's got their own opinion. Okay, so I'm not saying that what I say is the end all and be all. I think for my taste, the best researchers that we have right now are Soul from Mind Unveiled, Conspiracy R Us, and Paul Cook. At the top of the inventive research, like the ones that are coming out with the creme de la creme of new stuff. I think those guys are cutting edge. I think you're going to see. Well, okay, I'm going to predict it now. I think Mind Unveiled is going to surpass Levy, possibly in the next year. Quite possibly. If he plays his cards right, I think he could pass him in the next year. Conspiracy R Us, I think he's underrated, and I think it's because of his username. I think a lot of people get turned off by the word conspiracy, which is retarded, but it is what it is. He does great research. I like his stuff. And Paul Cook is just he's turning over stones and rocks all around the place that are just incredible. So I think Paul Cook will skyrocket at some point. Those are my favorites. For new. I mean, I like a lot of different researchers. I do like a lot. I'm talking about the ones I think are the cutting edge people. And me, I'm kind of I look for things that aren't being talked about, because everybody talks about. I mean, example, star forts. Everybody talks about star forts. Okay, so I don't try to do the deep dives on star forts because it's done by so many people. I look for those weird anomalies that nobody's noticed, that nobody's really caught yet. And you may not see me come out with cutting edge stuff every day or every week or every month, but when I come out with something, I'm gonna pop you off with pavement light or viaducts or monstrances or flat earth asterisks, or I'm gonna come off with something that's, like, damn, like, holy majoli. That's kind of what I try to do, is I try to bring something that I try to look at from a different angle that nobody else is looking at. Try to fill in the gap and find. I'm very interested in the way that this shit architecturally happened. Like how did they cover it up? How did the dirt affect the buildings? The mud, how did it preserve the buildings? How did it hurt the buildings? How did it get into the buildings? How did it get out of the buildings? How did they cover it up? How did they uncover it? I'm interested in it from a construction aspect. How are these buildings constructed in a different way than we construct today? How are they constructed in ways that are different than we're told? That's the kind of stuff I'm looking at. I'm also trying to find buildings that haven't been found. Okay, here's an example. This week I was looking for what the hell was I looking for? Something about Newbern. No. I know what it was. Not Newbern. I was looking for. I was looking at Charlotte, North Carolina, and the reason I was looking at Charlotte is because I've been to Charlotte several times, and I don't remember there being anything there other than modern brutalist facaded buildings, steel, glass, crappy looking buildings. I don't remember anything other than that. And so I've never really looked at it from a research standpoint. So then this week I was farting around and I thought, I'm going to go look at Charlotte and see, maybe I missed something. I started looking around and I looked and I looked and I looked and I looked, and I'm like, I mean, I was finding so little. It was like something ain't right. It just that, because it was, Charlotte is if you know Charlotte history, Charlotte was the location of the first United States gold rush. So I'm thinking there's got to be history there. And I'm looking and looking. I just not find it. So then I thought, okay, ding, great fire. There must have been a great fire. So I looked up, great fire in Charlotte. There wasn't one. What the hell? Now, that would make perfect sense to me. Great fire, Charlotte, buildings are gone. That would have been clear. Now, hold that thought for a second. Then I was sitting there and it was finding a great fire in Newbern. I thought, wait, Newbern? Now, I used to live in a little town called Bridgeton, which is across the river from New Bern. We used to go to New Bern for our groceries. Okay. It was that close. And I don't remember there being a ton of stuff in New Bern. And I remember looking into the Tron Palace in New Bern, which was the first governor's mansion in North Carolina, and finding out that what I knew as Tron Palace was a reproduction, that they had burned it to the ground and then rebuilt it from plans that they found in France. And they rebuilt it with mudflood windows and all, which was interesting. And so then I was looking at this Great Fire of New Bern, and it was in 1922, and they burned 40 blocks of downtown New Bern. It burned out 3,020 families in New Bern, 20 of which were white, 3,000 of which the families were black. So basically, they oh yeah, and they sent the fire department guys to Raleigh that day for a football game. And they burned out 3,000 black families. They burned the freaking black neighborhood. Now, what was in that neighborhood? I mean, New Bern's one of the original, like, first major city centers in North Carolina. It predates Raleigh. It was a big deal back then. So I'm wondering if there was some really good stuff. And looking at the pictures of the fire, yeah. I haven't gotten into it yet, but yeah. They got rid of some architecture. This is what I'm saying, y'all. We got to dig deeper. I've got the question up here still. Campbell, you know what is great about Campbell is he can bring people together, all different kinds of people. He's a kind of a collator of ideas and people, and he has a great way of presenting the ideas he learns. He'll take in the ideas he learns from people and then regurgitates them in a neat way, a soothing way. Like I'm more like a bull in a china shop. Okay, I'm gonna come at you swinging. Okay, but Campbell, he's feather touch, you know, and we need that too. That's really really good, you know. I just don't have the patience to fuck around with the pussyfooting around with the whole. I'm not. My interest in this is not to be like a YouTube personality or a the only thing I ever wanted to do was just present my findings of what I found and incorporate that into the research I've been doing for 15 years. 15 years I've been doing this. Mudflood since 2019, but 15 years of researching the stuff going on in our world. It's a long time to be. I've been down every rabbit hole you can think. I live near Greensboro. The war was sit-in. Yep. Sure was. That's where the sit-in was. Yep. And you can still go there and I think you still go there and sit. If I'm not mistaken. Let me just did to be a smart ass as I was the last one to take photos. Just to be clear. What I miss? Let's see. George Washington, the hidden pangs, and then again in speculation, he didn't even exist. I don't think I don't think the George Washington that we are told existed in the way he existed at the time he existed, I don't think existed. This is my opinion. Opinions like tail holes. We all got them, but this is mine. I don't think George Washington is who we're told George Washington is. I think he is a remnant of the old world, and they used his art and sculptures and stories and histories to create this character of George Washington. I think he's a fictional character, but based on possibly a person from the old world. That's just my thinking on it. I was invited to be a lion, and so I was already a cougar. Get him, Ken Ray. There you go. That's a good one. There you go. Oh goodness. That's funny. That's funny. I like that. Albert Pike, most male British monarchs, Patton Washington, etc., have photos or paintings of them doing hidden hand. Yes, many, many, many hidden hands. You have to be nominated. Yeah. I think my remembrance of that is I think John Levy hit a niche, several of them. Yep. The way I wrote that wasn't great. I didn't mean he wanted to at one time, but like you're saying, it got out of hand. I think he's just like everybody else that starts to. Okay. Short history of how I started is that I was researching Mudflood, and I shot a comment one night to Michelle Gibson on one of her videos. And whatever I said, I was talking about sacred geometry, and whatever I said sparked her enough to conversate with me behind the scenes through email. And this is a while ago. I don't remember what we discussed. It was a long time ago. And so we would chat back and forth and for a couple weeks, and then I made a video, my Joker stairs video, and I put it up on my channel. It was the first video I'd made, and I just wanted to see if people saw what I was seeing. I just wanted to put something out there. It wasn't trying to be fancy, or I wasn't trying to be a creator. I wasn't trying to be anything other than just trying to see if anybody saw what I was seeing. Well, Michelle, I said, "Hey, I've made a video. You should check it out," just jokingly, And she looked at it. She goes, "That's really good. Can I put it on my channel?" I'm like, "I don't care. What do I care? Go ahead." And it blew up. People liked it. And it was like, well, that's weird. She goes, "You should make more." Okay. So I made more. And anyways, we then collabed on I made we came up with the I made the Giants video, which was a big hit. That's had between my channel and her channel, it's had over 100,000 views. And then I was sitting there one night talking to her, and I was like, I really want to. I'm trying to decide what video to make next, and I'm not really sure. And I'd already made the pavement light video, the original, the crappy one that everybody they loved it, but they hated it, where I used the AI voice to read. People hated that, absolutely hated it. But I didn't have a microphone at the time, so that's what I did. I did what I had. I used what I had. I didn't have a microphone, so I had the damn computer read it. And so I said I was thinking about doing some. I've got all this data collected, and when I say data, I mean pictures and research. Okay, all video, whatever. data. And I've had all this data collected for pavement lights. I was thinking about making a better pavement light video, and Michelle said that's exactly what you should do. And I said, well, man, I'm not sure exactly where to start. I've got so much data. She goes, well, how about I write a script, or send me what you have and of the research, and I'll write a script and record the audio for the script, and you put together the video. And so she wrote out this script. It wasn't very long, but it was a little script, and it just took my research and put it into words, and then she added a few of her perspectives, and then I put all my audio and video that I had, or audio, video, and pictures, and incorporated it. So basically I did all the editing, and I took her audio that she had made, because she recorded her voice reading her script, and I put it all together and edited it together and made the video. And then life kind of took over for about 6 months, and I walked away and just walked away. I had other things going on. I didn't even look at it for 6 months. And when I left, I had, I don't know, maybe 50 subscribers. And when I came back, I had 650. And I'm like, and I contacted Michelle, and I said, Michelle, what's going on? Why do I have so many subscribers? And she's explained to me that people really liked the research and the videos that I made, and I should make more. And so that's when I realized I maybe should try to do more with it. So my point is that we don't start out trying to be a big YouTube channel. That's not the point. Because when you start off, you don't got no legs. You're a little hobbling around person, and you know, somebody will reach out and lift you up, like Michelle lifted me up. And that's why I've tried to reach out and lift other people up in the community that are trying to do what I'm doing. And it's backfired quite a few times, and I've learned a lot, and I probably won't be doing that in the future. But I have tried to lift others up, to kind of pay it forward what was, the help that was given to me. It's just really hard because there's so many fucking assholes out there. Oh my God. For every 100,000 good people out there, there's one fucking asshole, just listen to people like John Levy and BEAGS, but always do your research. Absolutely. They will always tell you that. Don't take anyone's word for gospel. Yes, absolutely. I'm not here to tell you the truth, okay? The truth is what you decide the truth is. There is no mountain of it's not like there's a truth's up here, right? And you're down here, and you got to get to the truth, okay? There's not one particular truth, and we're all trying to get to this point. We're not all trying to get to that one truth. There is no one truth. The truth is what you make it, it's your perspective. It's your truth, okay? Your truth, not my truth. I just try to present you what my findings are, and then you take what works for you, what you understand, what works for your reality, and add it or don't add it. It's your truth. There is no the truth, okay? I'm not searching for the truth. I'm searching for my truth. You search for your truth. There's no one truth. And when we get to the end, however many souls there are in this universe, that's how many truths there are going to be. Okay? We're all going to have a different truth. There's going to be a bajillion truths. That's what you're going to find out when you get to the top of the wherever the hell you think you're going. There's not one truth, y'all. And anybody that tells you that there's one truth is full of shit and a liar. Period. When they say I'm the truth, I'm going to give you the truth. There is no truth. There is no fucking truth. Okay? And when I say truth, I'm talking about there is no one truth. And see, a lot of people take my words and they'll bend them out of place. Like this is what he's saying. That's not what I'm saying. Listen to the words coming out of my fucking mouth. Open your fucking ears, people. Okay? Listen. There's not one truth. There's your truth. There is the truth that you decide is true. Is an apple good? What is the truth? Depends on who you're talking to. Some people may think an apple tastes like pure shit. Other people might think that's the best damn thing since sliced bread. What's the truth? Yes, Jared Boosters. Yes, Jared Boosters. Yes, yes, I would absolutely put him on the Although Jared has kind of tailed back a little bit. He's not going as hard as he used to. I'd like to see Jared go deeper and harder, but Jared is really good. I love Jared. Jared, man, Jared's on my. If I have to write out my list of people I'd love to chat with, Jared's on the top of the list. Of course, Mine Unveiled. I chat with Mine Unveiled behind the scenes. Great guy. But I'd love to chat with him, on a live or a even if it wasn't live. I would just love to chat with him, like, face to face. That just to have that relationship. He's a neat guy. But same with Jared, same with Conspiracy RS. But Conspiracy RS, he doesn't do that. And I understand it. One thing I learned very early on is that there's so many freaking crazy people in this world. You have to protect yourself. I've had crazy people coming at me from day one, and I don't want y'all motherfuckers in my life. Okay. I don't want you crazy motherfuckers up in my shit. Okay. I want my personal life to be my personal life. And I don't give a fuck what anybody fucking thinks. Okay. My personal life is my personal life. And my YouTube life is my YouTube life. Separate motherfuckers. Okay. Period. And I don't care what anybody thinks about that. I think people that go out there and give out all their damn information, as to, look, here's all my shit. Come to me and hang out. You can come to my damn house and hang out. Yeah. Let's see who shows up. Y'all best quit doing that shit. There's some crazy whack fucking jobs in this world. Don't fuck with these people. Of course, that's what they make, the Second Amendment for. So we're good around here. Apparently, most people don't have an internal monologue, which means they don't really think. They're just reacting. That's interesting. I've heard that before. That's weird. I mean, because yeah, I definitely have an internal monologue. There's a whole conversation going on, I don't know. I really like old world exploration work too. Yes. I learned of old world exploration around the time I started getting heavy into my work. And so I've not had enough time to really spend any time with his material. He is on my list of people and channels and research and videos to look into, but I don't know when that's going to be. And I imagine from what I'm seeing and hearing, that he would be somebody good to chat with in the future, but it ain't happening. I've already got a list of people lined up for chats that I can't get to, that I can't have, because see, most of these chats have to be scheduled ahead of time, and I don't know exactly what my schedule is going to be. Like this one, I only decided I was going to go live today at right after work. When I got done at 5 o'clock today, I was like, yeah, I think I can do a live tonight. So at 5 o'clock today, I decided I was going to do a live. So it's hard to, I was just talking to Exertus last night about, man, I haven't forgot you. He's like, when we go to chat? And I'm like, man, I haven't forgot you. I just don't have the right time to do it right now. But I haven't forgot you. I promise you, I haven't forgot you. Same with Paul. I keep telling Paul, I'm sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I know he's chomping at the bit because I won't get back to talking to him. I talk with Paul a lot. I like Paul. Paul is he's a stand-up son of a bitch. I tell you what, the kid, he is a good cat. Pun intended. Yeah, Kimball is great. Big fan of Only Kims. I remember the first time I saw that Only Kim's photo, I fell out. Oh, I found Jerry Axion Oblivion. Truth hurts. Jerry, which Jerry we talking about? Please don't tell we talking about the camp. Is he still alive? Anybody know? Gosh, I haven't even looked at anything Jerry in. Oh man, 4 or 5 months. Is he alive? Has he killed over yet? Because I mean, that kid was on a bad path. Yep. Does great research. Yep. Okay. You have introduced us to a lot of specific interesting news. Deep dive also for sure. I do try. I don't have a the longest list of a lot of these creators. They have this long list, this long provenance of things they've brought to the table. I don't have what I would personally consider a long list. Well, I mean, I did a lot on the Photoshop manipulation. I mean, here's the thing. When I do come with something, duck, motherfuckers, because it's gonna be on. It's gonna be on like Donkey Kong. Because I ain't fucking around. When I hit that resonant note of something like deep, something interesting, it is on like Donkey Kong. I will come out swinging. Flat Bruce does great research as well. He's eccentric and he turns people away because of the name. Yeah, but if you can look past his honest, it's great. I love his personality and humor. Yeah, he's not on the top tier for me anymore. He was when I first started. But for me, I've got people there higher. Personally, I just think that I like Martin and just not. You can't put everybody at the top of the pile. There's only if you put 20 names up there, you're not giving it equal distribution. Quirky FEB Martin is odd, but it works for him. Like a style too. Y'all want something really different from the old world Mudflood? Check out Brick Immortal. Brick Immortal. What? Brick Immortal. Is that a channel? I don't know what that is. Good boots on the ground. Good boots on the ground. Channel is my friend Dave Ebony in England. Yes, I've heard of him. There's a new guy. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. God, there's a new guy on the block. There's a new boots on the ground guy, and he's good. I like his stuff. I'll have to find out remember who that is and plug him sometime because he's good. There's a new kid on the block, y'all. I like his stuff a lot. Cameron gave Biggs a shout out the other night. I haven't been able to watch anybody. Thank you, Campbell. I just that's what sucks about this. I'm glad I'm working, but I don't get to watch shit anymore. It's annoying because I just don't get. I'm too tired to even like do it. Really. Another neat channel is Adventures with Purpose. I hadn't heard of that one. I like Stu the Wanderer. If you know who that is, he's got another channel too. He's got 2 channels. You completely agree about Washington. I think it has legitimacy. I think he's. I don't think he's I don't think he's like completely made up. And I tell you why I don't think he's completely made up. Because of all the paintings and the sculptures and the details of the story, how they're so intertwined, and how you've got him all over money, and he's so intricately inserted into the story. It seems to me like they had to have something to base that on, like a physical person. That's kind of my thinking. I just you see these incredible statues of Washington very early in our history. And it just really it just really tells me something. George Mom's in a remnant of the old world. Does that go for Ben Franklin? Yes. 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 And yes. 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 Good eye. Good eye. Yes. 100%. I think it reminds me of a conversation I was having with Streets of Tartaria yesterday. Not gonna tell you what we're talking about, but it was fucking interesting. That cat, he's got some good ideas. He's got a good mind on him. He came out with something the other night. He called me up. He's like, dude, he was telling me this theory he had. I'm sitting there going, that's pretty good. And it was very interesting what he came up with. I'm interested to see where he goes with that. But yeah, Streets, if you're listening, that was fucking cool what you showed me. I like that. Okay. But yes, that I think, yeah. I don't think the American Revolutionary War happened. I don't think the Civil War happened. I think these are all. Now the Civil War, I think what they did was they had campaigns to go destroy cities. I think that was what it was about, and they used the Civil War as a cover to publicly hide it from the public what they were doing. Because you have to understand, the people, they didn't really know what happened. Okay, the upper echelons did, but not the people, not the Joes like you and me. They didn't know. But I think Lincoln is a possible made up figure in some way. I have a feeling about him that he was also made up, but I don't. it's later in history, so it's a little bit trickier. But I tell you what, man, anything before 1943, I put it on the suspect list. I don't care what it is. 1943 and below, I look harder at it. I really don't care what the story, the narrative says. I try to flip it upside down and look at it. Oh, how sweet. I know it's a lie, but how sweet. Okay, I always get rid of the nicest buildings. Yeah. Yep, Douglas. He picks on NASA, yeah. Douglas did a lot of Douglas came up with he coined the term vanilla sky. I don't know if y'all knew that. Yeah, he did a lot of stuff earlier. Another guy that a lot of y'all might not know. I know a lot of y'all do know, but a lot of y'all might not know is Philip Drozdanin. He's an original OG Mudflood researcher, and he's from Russia, but he is one of the originators of the Mudflood theory. If not, I mean, if you like research into where did the Mudflood theory come from, it traces back to him to some extent. Almost possibly, it traces back to him. I don't necessarily know if we can prove that it was him that it started with, but he is one of the OGs of Mudflood research. Now, I don't agree with everything Philip says. He has some really good research. He has some really good ideas, but I don't agree with everything he says. And that's okay. I don't agree with anything anybody says. There's a lot of things a lot of people say that I don't agree with, and that's okay. There's a lot of things I'll say you won't agree with. I don't care. It doesn't matter. You don't need to agree with me. I don't want you. Matter of fact, if somebody was agreeing with me about everything, I'd be like, yeah, you're not listening. you're not thinking. If I'm not challenging what you think, you're not thinking. But yeah, Philip's OG. I don't think he knows who I am. I don't think that's one of the problems. That's one of the problems with Philip is that Philip's kind of stuck on Philip. He kind of sees himself as an OG, and he kind of from his perspective that, yeah, I'm one of the originators of the theory, and I should be given the respect just because of that. And he doesn't look at the new researchers with the same respect as they look at him. And that's a mistake, because you kick the door open, but the new people are cutting the doors off the hinges and rebuilding this motherfucker. And you got to respect the old and the new. Let's see, Donald Trump's probably, if they create Anne Frank, who else? Anne Frank's house is a mud flutter, by the way. If the royals are imposters, but the public pays taxes to those fictional folks. Well, yes. Yeah. I saw videos of oceans routes that slaves traveled. It almost impossible. Sounds like another tale we were told. Just my opinion. I've talked about this many times. Is that the slave? No, that is a whole deep rabbit hole. Long story short, my research shows that black people came from Africa, and they came down into South America and migrated north. And that when we came, they were here. and that they were taken as prisoners of war, and they were put into what's called indentured servitude. And they worked their indentured servant contract, and then they were given their freedom, and they became a freed man. But they then created this slave trade, and what they did was they faked this incoming influx of black people. It was a made up. It was show me the slave ships. Where are those at? Look into that. Go. There's two researchers that are the tip of the spear on that. One of them, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce his name. Somebody in the chat's gonna know who he is. The other is Dane Calloway. Both those guys are tip of the spear on that, and they're doing phenomenal research on there. I would love to talk to Dan Calloway, and I have tried, and he is very hard to get to talk to. Yep. Michelle does deep dives. Yeah, she's very good at connecting the dots of kind of like I was doing earlier, where we were looking at the building, and then the architect, and then the town, and then the history of the town, and the different buildings in the town, and how those buildings connect. She's really good at that, at making those connections. Yeah, she's really good at that. Oh yeah, she's still doing it. She Michelle Gibson, like, the reason I made my first video is because Michelle is a retired from the, she was a military wife, but she was in the military too, but she's retired. She's an older lady, and I thought, my God, if she can learn how to make videos, and I have all this computer experience, I've got to be able to figure it out. And so she inspired me to make my first video. So I credit Michelle for she didn't encourage me to make my first video. She just she inspired me to make my first video. And then she inspired me to make more videos. And from there, it just, I just kept going. I just I don't know. I don't know where the hell I'm going with this thing. I'm not trying to look. I'm not here to make money, y'all. This thing ain't making money, y'all. I'm telling you right now. I don't eat off this. Let me just tell you that right off. There's some fucking idiots in this world that think that I make a bunch of fucking money off this, and they're absolutely fucking smoking too much fucking dope. They don't have a fucking clue what they're fucking talking about. This don't pay the money I make on YouTube does not pay the bills it costs to actually do YouTube. So fuck you people with your fucking ninny ass shit. You don't know anything about my financials. So who the fuck are you to like go out and talk shit about how I make money or how much money I make? You don't know shit. So shut the fuck up. I'm not here to make money, y'all. If I was, I'd be fucking dead. Okay, I'd be fucking killed over fucking with hunger. Okay, this don't feed me. Trust me on that. And if you don't, I don't fucking care, because it don't fucking pay the bills. I'm just telling you right now. I'm here to do research. Okay, that's the only thing I'm here for. Support me, don't support me. I'm not here for a lot of people are here to to make a living, and that's great. Like Paul, he wants to make a living on this, and that's great. I totally encourage that. Good for you. Fucking go get them. Make $1 billion doing it. I ain't here for that. It's just not what I'm about. It's not what I'm here for. I'll make my money with my hands. You know, I work with my hands. I build shit. I fix shit. I create shit with my fucking hands. That's how I make my money. It ain't this YouTube thing. This YouTube thing is my research. This is my personal expression of my understanding and trying to share what I've learned over 15 years of doing this with the world. That's all it is. There's no support network, y'all. There's no funders of I have a few Patreons, but I don't have there's not this organization that's helping me. Are you fucking kidding me? I've actually heard that. It's like, you fucking morons. What the fuck? Put down the fucking crack. Stop smoking the fucking crack. You fucking idiots. Michelle's great. She grew up miles from me and MD. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for mentioning Jared. Somehow I've been unsubscribed, so I received. Yeah, y'all gotta check your subscriptions and your notification bells, because YouTube. Here's something I've been dealing with over the past couple weeks. I'd say I'll post a video and I'll notice that there's like nobody commenting. Now, I don't get a lot of comments. I wish y'all would comment more, because the comments do help the algorithm. But I can't make you comment. But I do usually get some comments. But then I've noticed over the past couple weeks that there's been like a video here and there. It's just like no comments. And it's like, well, that's kind of weird. And I go back and I check, are the comments turned on? And they're turned off. And I'm like, what the fuck? I know I didn't turn them off because I have them set to automatically be on. So I go in there and I turn the motherfuckers on, and I go and check the video. The comments are turned on. And then like a few hours later, I'll go back to see, is there any comments? And it'll say comments turned off. And I'm like, the fuck? And I'll turn them back on, and I'll do it 3 or 4 times. And it's weird, because what it seems to be is that not until somebody leaves an actual comment will it lock into place and leave the comment section up there. What the fuck? Thank you, YouTube. Fuck. It's all speculative. Yes. It's called straight up. Let's see, what are we talking about? It's like putting your shit out on Facebook. Yeah. I don't use Facebook. I've never been on it. I never will go on it. It just, I don't know. I'm old school. I don't know. I'm just old school. There's things that ways I view the world that don't incorporate, like I don't like, I have a cell phone, but I don't like cell phones. They're it's like the boss man he'll keep calling me, and every time he calls me, I pick up I don't talk on a phone. I'll use the speaker. I want the damn thing near my ear, and I'll hit the damn thing. I'm like, why are you on my phone? Because he likes to call and he loves his updates. I'm like, damn. I don't know. I'm just not I've never been a phone person. I don't know. You got to understand, when I was growing up, we had rotary phones. Most of y'all don't even know what a damn rotary phone is. I've chatted with Old World Exploration many times. He's a great guy and does good stuff. Dives into the sea, specific buildings. Done a couple live streams together. Yes, I have seen that. And he's on the list for me to check out. I don't know when it'll be. I'm not willing to do anything right now unless I can be 100% involved. I'm not going to rush around and try to meet with people just because I hadn't met them before. I'm not going. I'm not. If I'm going to do something with somebody right now, I want my ducks in a row. I've got a list of people that I need to do streams with. But he's Frankie. I got him on the radar. Don't worry about that. He's on the radar. I'm not there yet. At least he's on the radar. There's some of them that aren't. Some folks that just aren't even on the radar. Yep. I was on the autos. Yep. And man, autos on the list too. I mean, I got, you know, I'm just not going to do anything. And I've told everybody I'm not doing any live streams right now. And I know that sucks because they do. I know they enjoy doing live streams, but I'm not. If I can't give them 100%, it's not worth. I don't want to give them half of my ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I want to give them the whole. Mind, body. I want to give them everything I got. I want to go full bore to them. And give them. I don't. I just can't give it to them right now. Brick Immortal. What channel does bridge collapse videos? That's interesting. I have to look into that. Lady Liberty Old World also. Lady Liberty Old World also. Oh yeah. The statue. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I recommend Rob Seffer, great researcher. I know of him. I can't remember what their main focus is. Two opposing opinions can still both be correct. Yes, absolutely. Yes. It's like I can think you're an asshole and you can think I'm an asshole. We're both correct. The glass half empty and half full. It's depending on the perception. Yep. Some channels think Lincoln was black. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yep. What was I? The first read your comment depends on your perception. Phil is such a douchebag. Phil, especially to American researcher. I like him though. Phil. Oh, Philip, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I would love to talk to Philip, live chat with Philip. The problem is that I respect Philip, and Philip, even though he speaks good English, he doesn't speak great English, but he thinks he does. And he does not understand a lot of what he's hearing from an American when he's talking to an American, and he gets triggered, especially if you're being sarcastic. Does not get sarcasm at all, and he gets upset even though you're not trying to be. And I've watched it time and time again, and I don't, out of respect for Philip, I don't want to do a Jerry DeCamp. Is he still alive? I forgot we were talking about Jerry DeCamp. Man, that dude's messed up. All chilled out, nothing about Melt. You're saying Jerry DeCamp chilled out? Please, that can't be right. Say it ain't so. I believe structures like the pyramids, the lighthouse of Alexandria, and the other wonders of the world are much younger than we think. Maybe 1700s. Lighthouse of Alexandria. Wow, what a structure. And the other ones are much younger than we think. Probably. I mean, we don't. we don't even know. I think they missed our timeline. I think they, you know, really screwed our timeline up. We don't know what the hell was built when. Before 1943. We don't know. Project Looking Glass. I've heard of it. I'm tired. I've heard of it. Remind me. Give me a hint. What's that again? 10 years ago, this really old man told a story about Lincoln. Was English. Works for the Crown of England. He was sent to America to do the same thing, and when he changed his mind, was killed. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure he. I'm not sure that the Lincoln that we're told existed the way. I'm thinking that maybe, I don't know. I think it might be a combination of things, like I'm thinking that like Lincoln might have been an old world character, and then they popped in a real world Lincoln type character to play this character of Lincoln. It kind of like a show, like a theater. Why they killed him in the theater, maybe. Oh, and the house where he died in was a mud flutter, by the way. The house that Lincoln died in is a mud flutter. Confirmed mud flutter. Calloway talks, Dane Calloway talks about how the slave trade was in reverse. Also, some speculate that the Underground Railroad is, yes, I agree with all that. Yes, the slave trade done in reverse, and the Underground Railroad was an actual railroad. Yes, I agree with all that. Yes. Is the new guy Marvelous New World? Old World. Okay. Thoughts on the Grand Canyon? Where do we even start? That's a complicated one. I haven't done a ton. The only research I've done on the Grand Canyon is research on Lake Connobus, and I have a theory on Lake Connobus. I've talked about on here. That the Grand Canyon was at the very least hollowed out by the demolition or explosion or some sort of bomb that blew the bottom of Lake Connobus out, which was, in my view, to the east of Salt Lake City. And they also blew out the part of the top, which actually created the Great Salt Lake. But the bottom was blown out in two places, one on the west side of the bottom and one on the east side of the bottom. And the west side blew out and ran through the Colorado River and hollowed out what we know today as the Grand Canyon. But then there's also all this research just being found of things being found in the Grand Canyon. There's also talk of possible buildings in the Grand Canyon. And then if you go from the Meltology standpoint, they'll say that everything in the Grand Canyon is a melted building, which I don't agree with. But I think there's something going on there. Probably Looking Glasses technologies that the Illuminati used to look at the past. Just said to link your third eye and use to manipulate history. I've heard of that, not under that name though. Who did you suggest to follow? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a Renaissance period, old world, or it never existed? Some say it was almost impossible. I think that's a horseshit narrative story that they made up to explain all the amazing artwork that was left over from the old world. That's about all I got for that. But I tell you what, my Chihuahua is about to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs to go out and do a patrol, which means that I'm going to have to hit out of here. But I will try to be back as soon as possible. And I hope all of you had a good time. Thank you for hanging out with me. And I see Teresa Adams in the chat there. And make sure, Teresa, earlier in the show, gave you a shout out for sending that comment about Morganton. And so we went in the depth about Morganton tonight, if you weren't here earlier. So again, thank you for the comment, and we will see you soon. Love, Biggs.
Woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
It's a mystery! It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma! Don't you get it?
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.